Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Themis and Health. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. How are you? Today is Friday, right? Let's check. let's check the date. Yeah, today is Friday. Today is Friday. All of my days are sort of running together, so that's strange. That woman in the thumbnail, I'm looking forward to find out why you I'm looking forward to finding out why you use that emoji. What emoji did I use? That's not intentional. I don't see an emoji. Um Wait, did Marc Lamont Hill do something? We're about to get into it. First of all, I want to say thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you all spending time with me. Um, I've been doing a lot of reflecting on friendships in my personal life and decisions I'm making, and sort of my mechanism for problem solving and something that I've come to accept, and I don't know if I should even be sharing this. I think this might actually be more private. But one of the things that I don't think I ever want to change. So if we are not dating, if we are friends and even family, and dating to some extent, um, I don't try desperately to hold on to people. I think that you I don't know if this is advice, and I'm not trying to give advice, but I do think that it is important for us to be able to let people go and sort of like not sometimes I think sometimes you and other people are so inconsistent, and it doesn't have to be like a huge blowout. It can just be that they disrespected you in a very specific way that might not be meaningful to anyone else, but it's just like it speaks for you to something that you think is meaningful. You can sit and you can talk to people about it, and then you can decide, yeah, maybe we are not actually in sync. If you ever need me, I'm here. Hopefully, if I ever need you, you are there, but like we can just like go our separate ways. That's something that I've always lived by, and I didn't think it was weird until very recently, but I no longer think it's weird anymore. I think I'm going to implement that and sort of go with that. Like I it's yeah. I think that I'm going to talk to my therapist some more, obviously, and my family, but I like that about me. Actually, it's something that I really like, and I don't plan on ever changing that. I don't plan on changing it, but we'll see. You've been on TikTok. I made one just for you. I am certified slim. Oh no. Let's say this. When you see me on TikTok, mind your business. Just know that it is going to be as um ratchet as possible. Um my TikTok lives are just the absolute worst. Um my TikTok lives are just the absolute worst. Like they provide I might need to think some more about what I'm doing on TikTok because in truth, I'm doing nothing. I troll for fun and I will apologize. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't lie. I don't um I don't engage in any way to be harmful. I do it for fun. But if it ever becomes harmful, I'll stop because I have zero investment in TikTok. Like I have no care. One day I am editing my YouTube videos live on TikTok. Another day I'm building my bookshelf. Another day I'm making steak. Another day I'm like just randomly talking to someone. Another time I'm debating. last night we were role playing, and then other people who weren't a part of the in crowd came up to debate the people who were pretending. So real people started getting invested. It we're going to have a book club meeting at the end of the month on TikTok. It's a mess. Let's just say my TikTok is just like an extension of my very chaotic personality, or that part of my chaotic personality. It is what it is. So that being said, whenever you see me post anything about TikTok or invite you there, just know that it's just like messy and random and useless. Okay, we're good. All right, all right. Before we start and have a broader discussion on Marc Lamont Hill, I wanted to show y'all something that I've seen in real life, and it is starting to bother me. And while I address the passport bros as a general matter to like prevent them from being absolutely absurd and disgusting and degenerate, it has gotten to the point where there is a part of me that is slightly afraid to travel to certain areas because the passport bros, black men in particular, have gone there and caused a ton of chaos, and everyone is looking at you as a black man as a part of this passport degenerate bros movement, and it is really disgusting and toxic. And I do not engage with anyone, be it FD signifier or anyone online, that says it is the passport bros is any kind of indication of white supremacist propaganda. No, it's not. It is not. These men are actually degenerate, and when they go out of the states and engage in their degeneracy, it affects everyone. It is not a propaganda. It is not people trying to shame black men. No, they're actually doing it in certain countries, and it's really frustrating. So let's watch this together.
Daddy, boyfriends, husbands, cousins, brothers, uncles, and daddies was all in Cartagena this weekend. I traveled to Cartagena to meet one of my friends who was traveling from Ecuador just for the weekend. It was my first time in Cartagena, and my God in heaven, y'all did not lie about the passport, bro. Baby, I got off the plane. I didn't know where I was at. It was black men as far as the eye could see. I took a little video while I was in the immigration line. They was grouped up and duped up. You hear me? The line was at least 2 hours long to get through immigration. I promise you, and I'm not lying, right hand to God, they probably had 5 women in this immigration line. Everybody else was black men. And I said, oh, there's a story here. I mean, they was coming in groups. The group that was in front of me was a group of 10, bitch. A group of 10 that had came from Philly. How I knew they was from Philly? Because I could hear their accent. I could hear them talking. I was looking at them in line downloading Tinder. I said, them people did not fucking lie. Now, this is my first time in Cartagena. I didn't know what to expect. I was thinking, I've been to Colombia before.
Can you all guess the age of do not write it. Do not write it because I please guess or Google, but do not write this. The age of consent in Colombia. That's the first issue that I have. As someone who has been deeply invested in Black Boy Joy, at some point during the internet's life, there was Black Girl Magic, and there was another Black Boy Joy and Black Boy Laugh, and very out of sync with all of that was this idea of black men traveling, right? And I absolutely adored seeing black men in particular all over the world traveling to random countries, taking pictures, smiling, and embracing culture. I think that is a beautiful thing still. Whatever this is has got to stop. Not only, not only Is it a problem for the women there, right, and the children in these countries who are desperately in need of financial help? Thus, they turn to selling their bodies. Now, we can have a broader conversation on sex work and whether or not that should be critiqued. But when we are leaning so heavily into American imperialism, we do actually have an obligation to engage in this dialogue. That's the first level, first order business. A second order and a more selfish issue, right, that shouldn't even be at the forefront of our minds because I think the degeneracy itself should be discussed. I do not want to be associated in any way with any of these degenerates. I do not. But I can't help that. And these people aren't wrong when they're prejudging after these men go to this country negotiating price for being with women, literally being as degenerate as they are sometimes here in other countries. When you're being put on watch lists and you're being kicked out of countries, when Brazil, for example, is banning you, we do actually have a problem that we need to engage with. And I would hope more Black people reject this very loudly because it is degenerate. Let me be clear. It is okay to travel. I actually think more of us should be traveling, get our passports, and go live our lives. Sex tourism is a toxic, degenerate thing. How many of these people, what was it? The BBC released a report on it was all over Asia, but I'm pretty sure it was the Philippines, where there were a lot of biracial, Black biracial children being abandoned and in poverty, and the fathers were nowhere in sight. Not to mention diseases. The fact that men generally don't go to the hospital to get checkups, and a lot of men don't want to use protection, and also they don't really care. It was the Philippines. Thailand is a sex trafficking mecca, but it was the Philippines. It was the Philippines from the BBC report. Thailand is also a problem. Thailand is the place where I went, where people kept coming up to me and I kept walking away. And I didn't, because seeing Black people all over Asia is something that I'm not accustomed to. But seeing them in Thailand, I didn't really, it didn't register until I saw them like move, until I started paying attention to what was happening. I didn't hear any of the conversation, but after a while, you pick up on certain kinds of engagement, and you're like, "Oh, that's what's happening. Okay, that's what's happening. Got it." So not only are you, sorry, there's also an added element here. White men have been doing this since the Vietnam War, even before, right? Let's be very clear. They're not as loud and obnoxious and overt. Therefore, it is hard to pin them down in the way that Black men are showing up in groups with no money at all, getting stuck in foreign countries, begging online for you to send money so that they can buy ticket to fly back home. This is problem. This is a problem. So not only do you not have money, you're over there negotiating, you're disrespecting people, you're running away from payment, and then you're getting stuck at airports. So you're bringing degeneracy without the American dollar. There's a problem. It is a problem. And yes, I think the first order of business is the protection of the people being, I call this a kind of abuse. It's abuse of the American system, it's abuse of manhood, and it's abusing young girls, right? So, this kind of abuse, and in Thailand, I guess young boys, right? This kind of abuse, I think, should be at the forefront of the discussion. A second order of business is our presence on the global stage. And then a third issue is deconstructing the idea of around white supremacy and how our image is being portrayed, and understanding that while, yes, the algorithm might promote a very specific view of Black manhood, it also highlights the truth about these men going to Colombia and all over South America and Central America and Asia to engage in this kind of degeneracy. It is not a lie, it's not a white supremacy propaganda. It is actually true, and people are responding. If this continues and gets bigger, they're going to respond more violently against Black people. We are getting caught up in this. This is ridiculous. Okay, that's the first thing. Second is, I don't know where this picture was taken. I'm not validating what this man is saying. I'm speaking from my own experience. Whatever he's talking about, I can't verify that.
Before I've been to Cali, but I didn't think that I was coming to the Hope Fest. But that's what the fuck was going on. And anybody with a peon, any type of peon of a brain could see what the fuck is going on down there in Cartagena. When you walking down the streets, the women is literally pulling on you, winking, calling you. They trying to get it. They working, and they paying for it. They paying for it. They down there buying coochie. I was so embarrassed standing in that immigration line because I could just feel the people that's from Cartagena.
Hmm. What are you drinking? This is a flex. This is a flex. It's coffee, black coffee. And the reason is because it's an appetite suppressant. I have not eaten into, well, I guess I ate a pear yesterday and two kiwis today. I'm fasting. I'm connecting to my Lord. If you're in the Discord, please do not respond to that statement. Thank you very much. Let me lie in peace.
Looking at us, because I'm in the fucking line too. They looking at us saying, let's just look at them lined up to come buy some cat. All the way in South.
I'm just saying, the people in the Discord should not be Yes, I'm fasting. That is true. The why. I mean, why's change? The reasons change. The reasons change. Themis, did you see Sinners? Yep, I'm working on a script right now. I will try to get it done. I'm gonna video and edit it this weekend.
Man, y'all, y'all didn't lie. I thought y'all was lying. I thought y'all was.
So I haven't had it, but I did get my friends told me that I needed um bone broth, but I got like beef bone broth. I haven't tried it. I don't know how good that is, but I did get I was told, but tomorrow will be the last day. Tomorrow will be the last day.
Bitter because these black men is out here traveling and they got their passports, and that's why I was just so happy that black men just had passports and they was seeing the world. No, 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 no. Them motherfuckers is lined up to go participate, and you know what? I ain't gonna say too much on here, but all I'm gonna say is y'all was right. And I apologize. I have never seen nothing like this in my life. Child, they was walking the streets of Cartagena in packs, like a packs of wild dogs, looking for cats. I'm speechless. And it's all ages, from 17 up to 70, bitch. They out there hunting in packs, looking for cat. I was blown away. And as I'm listening to them, like as I'm in these lines and I'm listening, because I'm nosy, bitch, I want to listen. I'm listening to them talking about how they travel throughout Colombia and they go to these different cities and they don't like this city because of this and this city because of that. Y'all, it's, I can't believe it. I cannot believe this. I didn't want this to be true, but it's true. Unfortunately, it's true. And one last thing before I go, they all had on these fake chains. You could tell they were so fake because they were so bright. They were supposed to be like silver or platinum, but they was just so fucking bright. They looked like fucking aluminum on their neck. And everybody had these fake diamond chains on. I said, this is, I don't want to be here. That's what I got off the plane. I said, I can we bring me back, bring me to another destination. I don't want to be here because this is a lot.
All right. There's not a lot that I want to say here because nothing that I say will change the fact of what is happening and these men leaving. If I'm finding grace and there's not much that I can find internally, if I'm finding grace to give here, I understand that a lot of these men do not have the kind of economic advantage to be competitive in America on the dating market. I get that there is a sense of community that comes with being together. What you do matters. How you show up matters. And it is disgusting to me, it is degenerate to me to see a bunch of grown men flying flying across the ocean, leaving the state in an effort to go pay for women to give them attention. The loneliness epidemic in the United States cannot be that bad. This is disgusting. The reason I said the word grace, mind you, Alicia said grace crying face. The re Wait, did I get permission by Alicia to tell y'all what happened? I actually can't remember if I got permission to tell y'all something. Y'all know Alicia is a musician, right? Wait, text me in the Discord. I don't know if I can talk about this. This was good. I'll wait and then to let y'all know. Oh my god, I don't know actually. I don't remember. I remember asking, but I don't remember if I got permission. Why is this rainbow always speaking on black men? Because I am a black man. I don't. What do you mean? I am a black man. BH. Do you have an issue? BH. Do you have an issue? If you have an issue, I can drop the link, or you can get blocked. Here. This is for DH to come up and explain to me why he thinks a rainbow isn't black. That's all I need from you. Here you go. All right. Here, come up, or you are going to be blocked, BH. That's that on that. Um, my time on TikTok has showed me a lot of men who are really fascinated with me and trying to talk to me randomly, and it's really frustrating because I'm not, I'm not. You, most of you can string sentences together, so I want to hear if you can. All right. That being said, I hope that these men will see in time before it's too late that this is not okay. While we're on the topic of black men, white women wanted to come out and let us know that the truth about men. So let's watch what this white lady had to say about black men.
A girl who has dated black guys since the age of 15. I feel like you guys need my perspective on this Shannon Sharp shit, because everything I'm seeing is like white women are fetishizing black men. Like the Shannon Sharp sitch, like the girl said something about I want your black baby, right? I have had black men come to me and say, I want you to have my black baby. Not I want you to have my baby. That's the acceptable response. No, I want you to have my black baby. And I have had black men ask me to say very derogatory things in bed. Yeah. So part of it is not that white women are fetishizing black men. It's like the opposite. And I feel like this isn't being talked about. And I don't want to get any hate for this, guys, because this is my personal experience.
Can someone block BH? Thank you. He had the chance to come up and talk. He did not take it. I don't speak to coward, useless men who cannot stand in whatever it is that they feel when asked to do so. So, can someone just block him? I do not like annoying mosquitoes biting. We slap and kill those. So, yeah, I would prefer to not see him in the comments. For any of the moderators here, there is no more time left. Just go ahead and block him. I don't. Ignorance is not my forte. Ignorance and stupidity is not something that I generally like to engage with. So, yay, bye. All right. Positive vibe. Hello, Themis. I know it's off the subject. However, are you going to do a live on Trump attacking the judicial branch, especially since they want to sue John Roberts? Your expertise would be appreciated. I might talk about this. The Supreme Court granted a kind of immunity to Donald Trump and made it very hard, almost impossible, to hold him accountable in the judicial system. Therefore, there is a part of me that's like, well, sucks to suck, right? And then there is another part of me that's recognizing the destruction of democracy in front of our face, not because of Donald Trump, actually. It is not, I don't blame Donald Trump for this. I blame the Supreme Court and the Congress who refuse to act and engage in the work that the people, the Congress, elected them to do. The Supreme Court, in their ability or inability to uphold their duty under the Constitution, is very frustrating. But there's a part of me that feels like my analysis on Donald Trump is simply useless insofar as the people in Congress aren't dumb. They knew what they were doing, both Republicans and Democrats. The Supreme Court is not dumb. It's filled with highly qualified people. Even if I disagreed with them, they were amazing judges in their respective field. I disagreed with a lot of their ruling, but they were intelligent people. To grant the president immunity for his official act in the way that they did, well, sucks to suck for them now, doesn't it? And then it sucks to suck for all of us. I may or may not discuss this further, but yeah, that's where I'm at for now.
But I've had more black men than not mention race in our relationship as like a kink. I don't know. I don't even know if that's like the right way to describe it. But there are some black men in this world that I think like I don't know if they want to reenact. I don't know if it's like a power trip of like, I don't know, but I just feel like that piece is important to this puzzle. As a white girl who has dated black guys since the age of 15, I feel like you guys need my perspective on this Shannon Sharp shit, because everything I'm seeing is like white women are fetishizing black men.
So there are black men crashing out in her comments. Well, it's not her, it's on-site comment section. I don't know why. I don't know if they thought we didn't know this. One, I don't know if she thought we didn't know this. This is obvious to all of us. We've all known this. The idea that Shannon Sharp was being dragged by a 19-year-old girl is unheard of, right? Like, it's not true. Shannon Sharp wanted her to speak the way that she did. These men generally want these women to speak the way that they do. We are fully aware. There is no one, if you say, oh, I did not know that these men wanted to be fetishized and disrespected and engage in race play, You're a liar. You knew. You knew. And so, on one hand, it's like, good for you for coming out and standing up for your white sisters. Good for you. I agree with you. But also, I'm not sure who you're talking to, because I know the entire Black community knew exactly what was happening. They understand fully what is happening, even if they're trying to lie to themselves. And for those who want to lie to themselves, they will continue to lie to themselves. Even hearing that, they all know. So, I mean, good for you, sucks to suck. We all knew, but I mean, I guess reiterating it is not that bad. And no, I will not engage in discourse about whether or not white women fetishize Black men. No, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. And for those of you listening to this and you're getting ready to talk about the white supremacist system, yeah, no, we don't care. I don't care. I care about the system broadly. But when it comes to interpersonal relationship, to say Black men don't have a choice when it comes to who they date, what they do doing those kinds of relationship, is to say they don't have agency. I believe they have agency. I spoke to someone last night on my TikTok, and they were adamant that Black men cannot make decisions, and that because white women have power in the system, that these white women essentially were taking advantage of Black men. I reject this fully, completely. These men know exactly what they're doing. They're choosing to do it, and then the consequences they should face without any kind of protection around racism, system. None of that is real when it comes to these relationships, from my purposes. You did what you did, you knew what you did, and thus you have to face the consequences. That's not on that. It's that simple for me. There is no deeper analysis. Okay, now that that is out of the way, we are going to go into a discussion on Marc Lamont Hill. I'm going to hit the intro, we're going to come back, and I'm going to try to set a groundwork because I have a lot of respect for Dr. Hill. I do. I think that our public facing intellectuals should be respected and regarded well, right? However, after speaking to my Discord and finding out that Marc Lamont Hill has signed on to be a part of the Joe Budden experience or podcast or whatever it is, there are some thoughts that I had, and I made them very known in his chat. And you can play on the playground, you can play in the PlayStation, you can be a character on a PlayStation game playing in there. But I feel like it's wild to try and play in my face. And the first video we're going to watch of Dr. Hill is him explaining to us why it is that he is going to be a part of the Joe Budden podcast foolishness. Someone said something yesterday that I will repeat. I won't say who. But she said, if Marc Lamont Hill is comfortable among the people on the Joe Budden podcast, then it says something about not just his own misogyny, but his willingness to allow it. And I've never thought about that because I've always saw Marc Lamont Hill as someone who advocates for people, just generally. And so I will note that, I will keep that on the forefront of our discussion, but I am not using it to indict him. I'm not doing that because I don't know how fair it is, but that comment has been eating at me ever since it was made because there is a lot of truth to it. And if I didn't put that out there, I don't think that I would be doing my own feelings around this justice. Because I do like that Marc Lamont Hill might have more access to Black people generally, because I think his ideas around politics and Black manhood and Black womanhood and Black people and Black intelligence and intelligentsia more broadly, I think they're important and I like them. And he was my first mentor from like TV mentor. So this is tough, but we'll do it. We'll do it together. All right. Thank you all. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that and let's talk. And if you're a fan of Marc Lamont Hill in here, please, please feel free to like write those essays and defend and defend and defend and defend. I might even add you because in truth, I would prefer to continue to like Marc Lamont Hill. I actually really like Marc Lamont Hill. That is the truth of the truth. Like I'm still subscribed to him. So let's do it. Wait. Amina is getting blocked. Amina, I'm gonna block you. It is what it is. I'm gonna block you. You're out of pocket. No. It has nothing to do. I actually don't find. He looked like one of my uncles. Marc Lamont Hill looked exactly like one of my uncles. I'm just not gonna engage with Amina. That's just I'm not. Amina has been blocked. By the way, when I say someone has been blocked, it actually doesn't mean they've been blocked unless I told someone to block them. But yeah. All right. So this is Marc Lamont Hill. I was in the comments fighting for my life, explaining to us why it is that he joined the Joe Budden podcast. Now, I will say this. I don't know fully why Marc Lamont Hill's career, I'm going to say Dr. Hill, I don't know why Dr. Hill's career was upended. I don't. I remember seeing him on CNN. I remember he was a professor here, a professor there. I went to a lecture that he put on at Morehouse. Like I have always appreciated Dr. Hill's voice in media. Seeing him among a bunch of people who look nothing like him and really listening to him and seeing how thoughtful and intelligent, I actually do believe these things, he is, has always been a specific source of comfort for me. Loved it. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know why all of his opportunities sort of dried up and now he's trying to rebuild in a way and rebuild with a ton of ownership. He's on YouTube now doing night school. I tune in sometimes, but then I get really frustrated because he's talking about things I don't care nothing about. And then he's talking about things that I disagree with him on. And then, so I still respect him, but I don't watch him. I'm subscribed to him, but I don't watch him a lot or enough. I will continue. All right. Rebuild or grift. No, I don't think he's grifting. By the way, I'm engaging with the comments a lot because I am looking for you all to like respond. I don't think he's grifting, actually. I think he believes what he says. The issue is the spaces he goes, whether that's Piers Morgan, which we will get to, or the Joe Budden's podcast. So this is him talking about Joe Budden and why he's there. And I just think he's playing in our faces. I think that Dr. Hill is playing in our faces right now.
Marc, as someone who knows you primarily through your work in politics, I was wondering what made you join JBP. I'm going to answer that because a lot of people have been asking it. It's a good question. The first thing I would say is the question that kind of question typically presumes that there's something counterintuitive about me joining the JBP, right? Like Marc is this and JBP is that. So why would this go over there? Or why would this show want somebody like him, right?
All right. Sorry. It's going to get real annoying for a lot of people because I'm going to pause. That is disingenuous. It is. He understands fully what people are saying. That's the first issue. And he agrees with it. He knows it. Lamont Hill is on there. Sorry, Dr. Hill is on the podcast debating with some man about whether or not the earth is flat. I am sorry. Yes, y'all are in two completely different leagues. Now, you should point this difference out and then talk about how this difference is useful, not kiss Joe Budden and his dusty people's. Yeah, I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this. Because it's not like, it doesn't feel like he's being truthful. He's dismissing legitimate concerns instead of addressing them head on. You are not about to convince me the man you are speaking to, talking about the earth is flat, not able to articulate himself, is smart. Dr. Hill, you're not going to do that. Own it. Say you were there because you want to reach a bigger audience and you think your voice would be important. Yes, I agree with you. Go there, but don't sit up there and lie to me. I don't think it's grifting. I think he's trying to justify why he's there, and I don't think he knows fully how to justify it. It is not grifting to want to build a platform. It's not grifting to want to have a bigger audience. It's not. I think we are very disrespectful and we don't care enough for our public intellectual. Thus, they have to do what they have to do to get ahead. I think it is absurd that Dr. Hill has to. I'm going to say, I think it is ridiculous that he has to lower himself. And yes, he is going to disagree with this, but I think it is ridiculous that for him to get the kind of viewership, the engagement, he has to lower himself. He has to live. We're in capitalism. Like, I don't begrudge him for this. I think that it is okay for him to do what he needs to once his values are intact. When he speaks, hopefully his principles remain the same. I don't have a problem with that. But it does say something. It does say something about our unwillingness to prop up the people who need to be center stage in certain kinds of discussion around culture. It is wild that for people to know who Dr. Hill is, he has to go on the Dusty podcast. Like, that is insane to me. That is absolutely insane to me. But I think you can go and get that kind of reach. I think that's important. I think it's important. But I do think for you to be able to survive well in that environment and for you to not always have a headache, part of you have to believe what they believe. I am sorry. It is absolute. My head hurts whenever I watch Joe Budden and his people talk. I can't do it for 30 minutes straight. I cannot. So if you can be in that environment for hours on end, it does say something about you. I'm sorry. I don't know exactly what, but the critique that was brought to me in the Discord from this young lady, it's my age. I don't know. I say young lady, but from the lady that was in my Discord, when she explained that, well, what do you think the theme is that Dr. Hill can comfortably be among those people? Yes, those people, they're trash. Okay. No, I don't want to rephrase that, actually. I don't want to rephrase that.
And I think the first answer I would say is, well, I'm a fan of the JBP. Long before I was on the show, I was a viewer of the show. I was part of the audience. I watched it regularly. If it was a 4-hour show, I mean, I'd watch 2.5, 3 hours of it. You know, you can't watch every minute of everything, but I would skip to things I liked. I'd watch all the clips and I'd watch a whole lot of whole shows while I was doing things. I mean, I loved the show. So for me, it wasn't this foreign entity that I was trying to make sense of or approach. It was just the show I was already watching. You know, I was a big fan. Honestly, my favorite person on the show to watch were Joe and Ish. Obviously, Joe is an incredibly gifted host, and I think he's the best in the business. in the podcasting space. There's nobody better. I mean, it's just not even close. I don't think it's really close. And I thought Ish was the best.
To say Joe Biden is the best host in the business is diabolical work. It is absolutely diabolical. You can appreciate his success without lying. I don't appreciate the sly. Themis, you got to let Marc go. I don't think I have the capacity right now. I hold on to Dr. Hill because I still think he is extraordinarily intelligent. And I do think for the progressive voice, he could be you know how these men like you saw how this man come in here like, you're gay, why are you talking? Right? I don't think someone like me get to speak to men, if I can speak to men, because Kevin Samuels did, right? But they are okay so long as you agree. The moment I don't agree, it is you're an elitist homosexual. That is yeah. The moment I don't agree with these men, the fight is going to be you're an elitist homosexual fruitcake. Like that's what is going to be hurled. And they can use that to detach. I think more men will be I think more men will be willing to listen to Dr. Hill, because part of why I do like him is I think he presents intentionally like the guy from down the street, right? And he doesn't let his accolades inform the way that he speaks while being absolutely intelligent, able to demolish anyone, right? So, like, I appreciate that. I like that. And so I think other men, you know how men like these homosocial bonds, they're like, oh, this man is too feminine, but that masculine, strong, big. These men do not like femininity. They want a big, strong, buff, masculine, deep voice man to lead them. So I appreciate that, and I think that Marc Lamont Hill, to some to some extent, I think Dr. Hill represents this. I like Dr. Hill, so that's it.
Kind of compliment to Joe in so many ways, but on his own also, just the things he could talk about and the way he talked about it, I found hella entertaining. And Ice was super dope, with the music stuff. And he had very different musical tastes than everybody else up there. And so particularly on the West Coast versus East Coast stuff. So I enjoyed watching those tensions and hearing them all talk about life and relationships was super dope. Then they added Flip and Mel, which added a whole other layer to the show and a whole other, spice to the show that I thought was super amazing. I've known Mel a long time. I knew Flip from his other internet stuff. So between those two, I just thought it was fire. And Parks is Mr. One-Liner, Mr. Make sure the audio is perfect, Mr. Great contributions, picks his spots, like, three in the corner type dude. Like, not saying it because he's white. So I just thought the show just had a rhythm and a pace and a content that I loved watching as a fan. I'm still a fan of everybody up there. And I'm still a fan of the show. So that made it easy. But I also thought I had something to offer. I thought that I could contribute to conversations across the board. People thought that, like Joe said, hey, Marc, come up here and talk politics. Joe never said, hey, Marc, come up here and talk politics. And I never said, hey, Joe, can I please come up here and talk politics? I wanted to talk about all the shit everyone else was talking about. I thought I could add some political stuff to it and add some texture and context, which I thought would be great. But I thought I could give intellectual interventions and context to all that stuff from my vantage point. And that's an important thing to add here. It's not like that's a place that doesn't have smart people and now the smart guy comes in. It's a place filled with smart people who's having another smart person come in.
It's a place filled with smart Melissa Ford, maybe Melissa Ford. But for you to sit there and say, it is the Joe Budden podcast is a place filled with smart people. No, you're lying. You're lying. And you know you're lying. He wants to grease the feet. He wants to sort of like give unearned praise to the people he is going to work with. But like your audience, I assumed as part of his audience, but I assume the general audience for Dr. Hill is really smart people. You don't do that. You do not do that. You cannot sit up there. Let me see if I made my comment here. Because one thing I'm gonna do is be in these chats, being messy.
I think because I'm an academic by training, all
right. This is you can't see it, but I'm here. I said, Dr. Hill, please, we know what this is.
add a certain thing that might not have been there, but it doesn't mean I don't have a point of view. In the same way that like Joe is a rapper, right? So Joe has a very particular expertise in music that the rest of us don't have, and Parks as well, from being inside. But it doesn't mean it doesn't mean everyone else up there doesn't know music. It's just different. And so I think all those compliments and ads are great for making a more balanced show and a more interesting show. And that's why I think the show is dope. But I wanted to be there because I love being part of those conversations. I also thought it was important, and I still think it's important to engage different audiences, right? That's what.
Y'all think you saw me in the chat? I didn't send a super chat, so that's good. This is me, quote, filled with smart people. I was cutting up in the chat. I apologize.
I see this work as intellectual work. I don't see it as political work. And when I'm on Al Jazeera, I'm talking to an international audience about particular things. When I'm on Night School, it's a classroom content. Right? What I do here on this channel at night is Night School. It's not a podcast. It's not a cable news show. It is a global classroom. I'm in here trying to educate on issues. So that's a particular genre, and that gets a certain kind of audience. When I open up my bookstore, it has a certain kind of audience. When I walked up to the doors of the JBP, which was already thriving without me, like, this is the best podcast in the world. And they got access to so many people who I love and care about, specifically Black people, specifically younger Black people, specifically Black men. And so, not that Black men don't watch Al Jazeera or Black men don't watch Night School, but that's not the primary audience of those places. But you got these generations of Black men who are watching JBP, and I want to be in conversation with them. I want to learn from them, and I want to offer something. And so for me, JBP was perfect. It was a good match because I thought I had some gifts to offer, but
yeah, I just realized that the chat was dragging. The chat was not having it. The chat was literally not having it.
But I learned a lot from my colleagues. I learned a lot about I learned a lot about hosting from Joe. I learned a lot about performance from Flip, just as two examples, right? Because Flip is an excellent host, and I learned how he performs as a host. I learned from Joe about pacing as a host. Both in dope ways. I learned about Joe about timing as a host. You know what I mean? I learned about Flip anyway, I go on about what I learned from each and every person. But the idea is I'm getting something from it as a professional. I also get paid for it. It's a job. I think it's okay to say, I wouldn't work for free, but I'm paid there. I'm happy. For now, I'm just teasing. I'm happy with how I'm paid. I'm happy with my colleagues. I'm happy with the job, and I'm happy having these kinds of public conversations. No one would be talking about epistemologies with me on Sunday morning right now if I hadn't had a debate on the JVP. No one would be talking about reparations right now if I hadn't had a conversation about it on the JVP. So I think that's pretty dope. And that's why I joined the JVP. I'm looking forward to more conversations, more growth, more fun. Because again, the other thing is nine times out of 10, not every time, but 9 times out of 10, when I get in my car after work, I'd be like, I had a great day. I had a lot of fun. I laughed more times than I can remember. Like genuine laughter, not the fake TV laugh. I'd be really laughing and I'd be really having fun with it. And that means a lot to me. So that's why I did the show. And I hope that people can feel that resonance. Let's see here. Is Cooper Flagg the second coming of Larry Bird, or has he been overhyped? I've watched a decent amount of Cooper Flagg. A decent amount. And he's really good. He is fundamentally sound. He is confident.
His moderators were trying to check me as if, no, you're not about to check me. I said what I said. If you have something you need to say, you can rebut. But I said what I said. Ain't no smart nothing. And why? my thing is, why was the moderator only trying to check? Well, I guess she's not a moderator. This person was trying to check me, no one else, which is weird. But I don't care. I said it, and I'm gonna repeat it, and I'm gonna let you know that you're wrong. What do you mean?
He is let's say skilled, he's confident, he's a winner, although obviously Duke came short in the tourney this year. I think he has a passion for winning and a drive to win, and competitiveness is the word I'm actually using. Everyone wants to win. I think that's an overused phrase, but he has a competitiveness that I appreciate and admire. So I think that's super dope. I don't like the two options you give me. Could he be overhyped? Like, I don't think he's overhyped. I think he's as good. Larry Bird is KD, or draft Cooper Flag. I think it'd be the worst mistake they ever made. So if that answers your question about what I think about Cooper.
I wanted to show you a comment that I made, but it looked like they deleted my comment. It looked like my comment was deleted. It looked like I was trying to explain, because he said they're smart. So I was trying to figure out which smart person is debating flat earth. Like, I wanted to know what smart person Marc Lamont Hill knew that was out here debating flat earth with him. But it looked like they deleted. You said you see it? I didn't see it, but I can't find it now. You should have sent a super chat. Okay, so I realized that some people know me on Black YouTube in certain Black spaces, and so like I feel like it can come off really annoying to send super chats. So like I'll send it to the women, but like for Marc Lamont Hill and them, I'll just be in the chat because absolutely not. But yeah, I didn't want to be obnoxious. I did not want to be obnoxious, so I didn't. They're not going to school, so Mark is taking the nursery school books to them. The men are finally speaking to the men's. Yeah, and this is something. This is Curry Up and Eat. I don't know if you're joking, but this is actually what he's doing. Like in real, like for real. I actually do appreciate that. His channel, he has this thing where he calls it Night School, and he's actually talking about politics and teaching politics. Now, obviously, the way that he's doing it is not for me, but like I appreciate that. If you believe there is a need, provide that need to the people. And I do actually believe that he wants to talk to men. The problem is, I think he's going to run into the problem most people run into, which is if you talk to men long enough and you disagree enough times, they stop. That was inappropriate. I didn't want to laugh. Let's just continue. All right. So Marc Lamont Hill pointed out that he's getting paid. I think he should have started with that. I think he should have started with that. I think that it would be important for him to do that and engage and tell the truth. And also, no, I'm not going to finish the sentence. Someone also called me, but I'm not going to finish that sentence. And because he said I'm getting paid, he was laughing. I think that I have to own the fact that people still have to make money. And he is using his degree and his skills, and he is making money, and he should be able to make a living, a good living. I think he's married now with a child. I don't know that I can argue that he should not be making money. But here is my problem. I think the way you make money matters. As someone who's engaged in capitalism and still is very much engaged in capitalism, it would be hypocritical for me to say, don't go do work for the man or work for this person. So fine, go do that. However, the audience and the group that you're with matters. And I've seen Marc Lamont Hill a lot this week. First with Joe Budden, and then with Piers Morgan talking to Myron Gaines. Dr. Hill is speaking with Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit and debating with Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit. And also this trad wife that was using the N-word. They were on a panel together. And for the life of me, I'm always like, we should be able to talk to anyone. I genuinely believe we should be able to talk to anyone. But we have essentially failed. And I'm not blaming Dr. Hill for this. I think we have failed when the top 1% academically and intellectually, and I don't care what Marc Lamont Hill says, he's a part of that, has to, in the Black community, has to again lower themselves in order to make a living, to engage, to whatever it is with. It is insane to me that Marc Lamont Hill and Myron Gaines and the racist girl that says the N-word, that white lady, are on the same panel discussing and engaging with Black culture, Black dignity, and whether or not a white lady can call the Black child the N-word because the Black... I feel like I'm in an alternate reality. I actually do feel like I'm in an alternate reality. That is absolutely insane. Now, the video that I watched was Dr. Hill who coming back and explaining the video, right? The initial conversation. We'll get to that point in a moment. But before we do that, we have to watch the initial video where Piers Morgan had Dr. Hill on with two people who he should never ever be in the same room with. I am so sorry. Call it elitism. You already say I am a elite homosexual. Fine, I'll take the mantle, because there is no way that I am sitting across from Myron Gaines on a panel to discuss anything at all. The amount of money you have to pay me for that will have me be able to support a large swath of the Black community for a long time for me to do that. I am not sitting up there. I am so sorry. I'm not sitting up there. Like, no. And if I didn't know, when he comes on, I'm kindly excusing myself. Like, what do you mean? I am not legitimizing Myron Gaines and some random white lady who says the N-word whenever she feels like and proudly proclaims that she's racist. I am not sitting from them. I'm not doing that. So yeah, I was frustrated with Dr. Hill. I was extremely frustrated. And then I had to go inwards and think about the fact that we, the Black community, yes, he has to make better choices, but I don't think people care what he has to say until he does something like this. And until he's platformed by other people. Because there's no reason, I don't know if Marc Lamont Hill's platform is struggling, but it doesn't seem, it's not getting what it needs to get. It should be getting. Look, I'm tired. Take up. I am tired. I am sick and tired of fighting. If people want to call me what they want to call me, I'm going to just take it. Because at this point, watching Dr. Hill go through this rigmarole with these people is just like really unfortunate for me. Like, I don't think he knows how much this affects someone like me. And we're like, why would you ever sit across from Myron Gaines? Why? I remember my first dislike of Dr. Hill is when he spoke to Candace Owens. I think that's when my initial dislike, I no longer dislike him, but that's when my initial dislike came up. All right, so let's watch this mess of a show. Maya, it's because a hard truth is that Black community pedestalized anti-intellectualism. We've all witnessed that growing up in school. Once we finally acknowledge that, we can address that problem. I actually agree with you. I do. And this is the L that I think we I am taking as part of the community, because there's no reason why Dr. Hill should be struggling on his channel. I don't know if he is. He probably would absolutely abhor that characterization of his channel. He probably would actually say absolutely not to it. Yeah, the popular people are fools, and the people who should be getting the kinds of credit required for engagement and mind shift don't get to speak because the audience is so small. And I do really find this sad. I actually really find this sad for Dr. Hill, because on one hand, I actually want to drag, but I cannot. I cannot drag him, knowing for a fact that if he does what he wants to do on his own platform, that he would probably be speaking in the void, because the men who should be listening to him aren't. They're not about to. They're not about to listen. Vivek tried to tell us. Vivek. Themer said he Rumi and he won't be silenced by Blue Ivy management. Keep going off script in them man's chat theme. Weird. Mark and the target hand person getting their check. Yeah, I mean, fear. That's why I'm like, whatever. Not y'all agree with the prom king versus the nerd argument. All right.
A millionaire out of every liberal city in America by extreme and viral takes on social media. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony is a black teenager charged with stabbing a white boy to death at a school track meeting in April. More than $600,000 in donations have poured in, not for the victim's grieving family, but for his alleged killer. Last week, Shiloh Hendricks went viral after a video showed the young mother racially abusing a 5-year-old, allegedly for stealing from her young child.
Call him a child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
Fuck you.
Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You'll go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him the little child?
What if he acts like one is gonna
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old.
Well, as you can see, Hendricks doesn't deny using the slur. In fact, she repeats it many times. That's all the stuff is bleeped out. When a bystander in the park follows her with his smartphone. Hendricks set up a fundraiser on the same website as Carmelo Anthony's supporters, on which she wrote, "I called the kid out for what he was." Incredibly, that campaign has now raised more money than the first one, surpassing $655,000 at the time of taping the show. Well, the boss of the website, Give, Send, Go, is accused of facilitating brazen racism on a platform whose motto is "Money is temporary, Jesus is eternal. He will join me later." Liberals say this is exactly what they've been warning about, that the post-BLM backlash and the crushing of DEI has provided a fig leaf for outright bigotry. Conservatives were...
Okay, I think it might be going kind of quickly, so let me catch you up to speed. Shiloh Hendricks, the white lady in the video you just saw, called a 5-year-old autistic child, black child, the N-word. She does not deny that she calls the child the N-word. When confronted on camera, she explains that she called him the N-word because he was acting like the N-word. It is very clear what is happening. There is a website for fundraising that is Christian Values, right? On that website, she is allowed to raise money because she announced there that she called him the N-word because he was acting like an N-word, and there are hundreds of thousands of dollars pouring in to support her after calling the child the N-word, right? So that's what we're there. The owner, CEO, I think, is about to be on Piers Morgan, and we will watch that exchange. in a minute. He's going to be on and they're going to discuss that. But before he comes on, Piers Morgan sort of got together a panel of people, including Myron Gaines, Marc Lamont Hill, a random woman that I don't know, and the trad wife, racist lady who said the N-word on TikTok and got banned. She's the person that he brought on. Now, while Piers Morgan does push back against racism and bigotry, or tries to, we'll get to dragging him in a moment if we get there. It is odd to me that you would assemble that panel for this discussion. So it is quite clear that me reviewing this is exactly what Piers Morgan and his team wanted to do. They did not care about a discussion. They wanted to go viral, and they got the people who can touch the pain points within the Black community and the broader American community and British community, but American specifically, to hit at that pain point, so we will react in the way that I guess I am reacting to it now. Now, the issue is Dr. Hill, being a part of this discussion, is there to provide some level of grounding, but also, importantly, legitimacy. Dr. Hill being on Piers Morgan, while you can think whatever you think about how big Piers Morgan is and how important he is to some kind of dusty media, it don't matter. Dr. Hill is the one legitimizing this segment right now, and I have a problem with that. I do. Now, Dr. Hill is going to come back and say he did not know who was going to be on the panel. I'm sorry, what? You are going to invite me on a panel to discuss this, and I'm not going to know who is going to be on the panel. Yeah, I'm not coming. Goodbye. I'm not, what do you mean? What do you mean? And then we get back to the, I don't think Dr. Hill has the capacity with his stature. I don't think he has the capacity to negotiate in the way that I would assume he has the capacity to negotiate in. If you are being dragged as a public intellectual on a panel without any knowledge of who is going to be on that panel, I don't think you have the kind of pull I think you have. And so maybe Dr. Hill is more, I don't want to use the word desperate, because that's not fair. I'm going to go back to blaming us, because he doesn't have the power to negotiate. It seems he doesn't have the power to negotiate, and he's accepting jobs in the way that he is because he has to, maybe. But it is insane to me that Dr. Hill cannot demand to know who he's going to speak with. Like, you're not some flunky. Like, no, for real. This is not some little flunky that you get to shove anywhere you want him to be, and he just show up without any questions asked, right? Like, he's bigger than that, right? Like, it is our understanding that Dr. Hill can say who is going to be there, and because they need him there, they have to disclose who is going to be there. Like, right? And if Piers Morgan doesn't know who is going to be there, because Piers Morgan was sitting up there pretending he doesn't know who that lady was, and that lady was a full-blown racist. I don't believe Piers Morgan. Apparently, he just shows up seamless. Why are you asking? If I can say no, and I've said no many times to many opportunities, Dr. Hill can say no. If I've been, all I've said, on YouTube, all I've said on YouTube, to sponsorship, to panels, to meet in person, to go to this PB, whatever podcast, I've said no to absolutely every single offer that has ever come my way, partly because I don't want to, and another part because, like, no, I want my own voice. He can say no. He's fine. I hope he's fine. Yeah, we need to go subscribe to Dr. Hill. I think we need to subscribe and engage. I will be over at Dr. Marc Lamont Hill's page, and I'll be super chatting, and I'll be fighting with Dr. Hill in his chat. That's what I'm gonna do, because ain't no way. This is kind of ridiculous now. Anyway, let's continue.
Similarly outraged by the support for Carmelo Anthony, an alleged murderer who's been glorified by some as a victim of a racist system. We're here to debate all this is the host of the Fresh and Fit podcast, Myron Gaines, the host of Night School on YouTube, Marc Lamont Hill, Lily Gaddis, a social media commentator.
Also, no. No, you're going to call me doctor. You're going to call me doc. I would correct him. You're going to call me doctor. No, absolutely not. You're going to call me doc. No, not Myron Gaines and the person who runs Night School, Marc Lamont. No, Dr. Marc Lamont Hill to you.
The Fresh and Fit podcast, Myron Gaines, the host of Night School on YouTube, Marc Lamont Hill, Lily Gaddis, a social media commentator whose video defense of the N-word mother has so far been viewed millions of times on X, and the New York Post columnist and author Ricky Schlott. Well, welcome to all of you. Ricky, look, my take on this is a stain on all.
Yeah, someone said this might be a panel of has-beens. The people who have been canceled has-beens. No, I don't think Marc Lamont Hill would fit there. Dr. Marc, rent is due, Lamont Hill. No. I want to give grace because I don't know what's going to happen to me, and I hope that I can make different decisions. And I hope that I can make decisions that are in alignment with my values always. But this is absolutely insane. Dr. Hill should not be here. He should walk away.
Their houses, right? I just don't know what is happening to society when you have such vast sums of money being raised for what seems to me to be deliberate, racially charged motivational reasons.
And no, absolutely not. Raising money for a defense fund is completely different. The Carmelo Anthony, regardless of where you come out on that issue, regardless of how you want to engage with Carmelo Anthony, that's on you. That defense fund is very different when we think about due process than a fund for a woman who called a child the N-word and confesses to calling a child the N-word, told you why she called the child the N-word, and have no remorse for calling the child the N-word. Absolutely not. That engagement, you're wanting to support that woman, is very different than you're wanting to support Carmelo Anthony. Those are very different things. The fact that Dusty Pierce Morgan is attempting to flatten both scenario to be equivalent is actually it is wrong. It's inappropriate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
No. It's not a black man. It's a 5-year-old boy. That white lady called a 5-year-old boy the N-word and says, I call him that because he was acting like that. No, you get dragged for something like that. Absolutely. You do not. No.
I mean, we're fighting ugly with ugly right now. And I think this level of racial tribalism and hostility is just simply not sustainable in such a diverse democracy like America. I think it's, one is really a reaction to the other. I think both campaigns are really hideous, and I think we're showing our ugliest colors. I mean, in the scheme of things, these are small sums relative to the population of America, but you do see, I think, a really tremendous explosion of ugliness and racial hostility that I think that we should all be ashamed and embarrassed of.
Yeah, I mean, you described it.
Sorry. Themis needs to burn the cape for Mark. No, 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 no. I'm going to watch what happens on the podcast he just became a part of. I'm going to see what happens, and then I'll make my decision. It's hard to do because he's so central. I don't think you all understand this, but Marc Lamont Hill, in my Hotep era, Marc Lamont Hill provided for me a meaningful escape from pseudo-intellectuals. Yeah, I think that's all I have. Marc Lamont Hill is actually an intellectual. And he's really smart and kind. And I think he's a great, I don't know if he remembers meeting me, but he was like one of the, I met Van Jones, and I think Van Jones is a disgusting, diabolical, disingenuous, useless human being. And he's always crying on TV. And I met him, and I remembered how he treated the people around him and the men who were in the room that he did not think were dressed up to par. Now, he didn't disrespect me personally. I didn't go up to him and engage meaningfully because he seemed like a trash human being. That is my opinion of Van Jones. He is a trash. Let me look up Van Jones to make sure that I'm talking about the right person. Because the way names, yep, that's exactly him. Yep, that Van Jones, that's him. Yeah. Marc Lamont Hill is the complete opposite, and I think he's actually really smart.
I think one of your posts is genuinely, is this a psyop? This would be the best $1 million invested by a foreign adversary to start a race war in America. And I knew exactly what you're getting at, because many of the comments, I think the comments have now been suspended actually on both of these funding pages, because people were quite obviously deliberately misusing them to post race baiting commentary.
Absolutely. I mean, if you go through some of the comments on either of them, you have White Lives Matter on one side, and like suggestions that the teenage boy who was stabbed was somehow like a manifestation of white supremacy, and it seems to be just a fight at a track meet that has nothing to do with racial hostility in the first place. And the poor father of this young man who died too said, please don't make this into a racial issue. And yet on his own Give, Send, Go campaign, there are comments after comment saying this is White Lives Matter, we're avenging against Carmelo Anthony's family. I mean, on all ends, this is ugly. I think that it's really co-opting the charity and giving community. I mean, I feel bad for the fundraising platforms, because I don't think this was the intention originally. But unfortunately, I think that people are really starting to take over good intents and the charity industrial complex to make it into a victim industrial complex. And it's really sad to see.
Well, we're going to have one of the founders of the Give, Send, Go site a little later in the program. But Marc Lamont Hill, you were shaking your head there. I mean, what's your take on this?
There are a couple of things that were said that I think are really interesting and important. One, there is an outside audience of people who are watching all of this and opportunistically using it for their own agendas and projects. You know, I have an investment in believing X, so I'm going to jump in the comments of this GoFundMe, etc. I have an investment in Y, I'm going to do the same thing. But what I don't want to do is compare these two things as if they're opposite sides of the same coin. For me, the intention of the campaign matters. In the case of this woman who is using the N-word, the woman isn't disputing using the N-word. The woman isn't disputing being racist. And the comments that are being left on the site before they were suspended, and the attitudes behind it, weren't saying she's being railroaded, she's being misrepresented. They were simply saying, we support racism. And I think that's disgusting, no matter who's doing it. On the other hand, the people who are fundraising for Carmelo Anthony, the argument here isn't, yeah, we did something and we don't care, like the other woman. The argument is, we're being misrepresented here. We're being railroaded. This was a self-defense claim. This is not an act of violence. This isn't first-degree murder. I'm saying what they're saying. This isn't my argument. They're saying this is a first-degree murder claim that is wrong. This is actually self-defense, and we need the money to make sure that we get a fair trial. I think, and so whether you agree with his argument or not, I think raising money for a fair trial is different than raising money for a racist.
I mean, I think the common theme between the two, and this is not
So this is why I like Marc Lamont Hill. Like, this is really eloquently done, very good, agree with it, all of that. Not only do I agree with Marc Lamont Hill here, he's explaining the difference in the way that Piers Morgan tries to flatten the two incidents as if they're the same. They are not. It does not matter what you believe and if you believe Carmelo Anthony is wrong or guilty. In America, in terms of our legal framework, it's innocent until proven guilty. He is getting his day in court, and you can even disagree with raising money for him, as GoFundMe does, right? You can disagree with that, but he would have a right to that because he's not guilty. He has not confessed to guilt, right? He's using self-defense as his defense. Again, I'm not arguing at all if he's right or wrong in this moment. I'm just saying that is the argument there. Over here, when we're talking about that Hendricks lady, she confessed to doing it. She does not say she didn't do it. She said she did it because he was acting like you're supporting racism. So on one end, you are in fact supporting racism. On the other, even if you don't think self-defense is a legitimate claim, you are financing the defense if you want. Those are two very different things. And to treat them as if they are the same or if there is some kind of hypocrisy there is wild to me, and intentionally so. I think they're intentionally attempting to misunderstand this. And I think that Marc Lamont Hill did a great job of explaining that. The issue is, to whom are you explaining? You're explaining to racist A over here and Myron Gaines? Myron Gaines. Absolutely not. No. You're saying it's premeditated, unfortunately. That is an opinion. That is a legal opinion, right? Fine. But the defense is saying it's self-defense, right? And even if you don't believe that to be true, you can argue, you can legitimately have an argument with it, and it's completely different. It is absolutely different from a racist woman calling a child a racist slur, acknowledging this, owning it, and then trying to get support for her racism. Those are two very different things. Sorry, I was trying to let my ear rest. For some reason, my glass here and this hurts my ear.
To pass any view about it at this stage, although I have.
Again, I am not arguing that it is self-defense or if it's not self-defense or if he should be guilty. I don't think he should be stabbing people. So that's not my argument. If you've seen anything I've done on Carmelo Anthony, if you see anything that I've done on Carmelo Anthony, you should know my position there. I talked about it on TikTok. The reason I don't want to engage with my position here, one, it's nuance. Two, the truth is, I just don't know. I am not going to be someone there like, oh, it's self-defense, but you stab someone. Oh, it's definitely not. So I just don't have enough information to make that assertion. I legit don't. So the people who are dragging him and defending him, that is their fight. If I'm telling you the facts of the case, I'm telling you the facts of the case, and I just don't have enough information. I am not arguing the case right now at all. Can we stop trying to argue the case? Can we please stop trying to argue the case? That also, no, it's not. Even if both sides are trying to defend their own side, one side is racism. One side is racism. The other side has an argument that they are not anti anything. They're trying to defend a black boy that they think is unjustly being prosecuted. Again, you can disagree with that framing. You cannot disagree with the framing that this woman is a racist. You can disagree with the framing for Carmelo Anthony. You can push back. You can have the debate if you want to have that debate. There is a debate to be had there. There is no debate at all to be had about this racist lady. There is an unaliving happening, Brianna. There is an unaliving happening. Someone was unalive. Carmelo Anthony unalive someone. Whether or not it's self-defense is the argument. Is there an argument for self-defense? Like, for all the people who are against Carmelo Anthony, right? I am not saying he acted in self-defense. Please don't think I'm saying that. My argument, my question is there a possible, even a little tiny, anything, minute as it might be, is it possible that it could be self-defense? Brianna, is it possible? I'm asking Brianna. Brianna, yes or no? Is it at all, ever, at all possible? Could it ever be possible in any universe? I'm waiting for your response before I ask my next question. I didn't say miniature, I said minute. Ask again. Is it at all, ever at all possible that Carmelo Anthony acted in self-defense? Even if you think it was an overreaction, is it at all possible? I'm not saying it's likely. I'm not even saying it's plausible. I'm saying, is it at all ever possible in any world, any timeline, based on the information we have? No, I thought she said to ask again, so I did. No. Please, no. No explanation. No explanation. Just, is it at all possible? No, I don't have an opinion either. By the way, Bria, all right, so it is possible. Now, is it possible at all that this woman did not engage in racism? When she looked at a 5-year-old boy and called that 5-year-old boy the N-word, and her explanation was that he was acting like an N-word for playing with her child's toy. Is it possible that what she did wasn't racist? Yes or no, by the way. Sorry, I don't care. If the YouTube chat goes down, I don't care. If someone says your chat is going, I don't care. I just need to know who I'm talking to. Like, I just need to know who I'm talking to. And please, no one attack her. I actually really like her. She gives the best content on Instagram. Okay, so yeah, and that's the difference. That's the difference. She a full-blown racist. And the people supporting her are intentionally trying to support a full-blown racist. That's what is happening.
Have strong views about it. I guess the common theme is that both of them say that as a result of all the
period. Period.
The publicity, they've been doxxed and had all their personal details put everywhere on social media, which is, of course, the modern scourge which gets involved. And as a result, they've had death threats and they have security issues and they have to move home and so on. You know, I understand that part of the argument. You know, when you're at the center of a firestorm in America and you're not used to public attention, then the levels of intimidation, threats, and so on that can come your way can be extremely intimidating, if not outright dangerous. So it's different really to taking a view about either of the cases, to simply say that the commonality is that they both, I think, have said in defending the amounts that have been raised is, well, we have to defend ourselves. Well, either, as you're putting it, through the courts, but also in his case, the alleged killer, that he has also, I think, had direct threats against him. And in the case of the mother using the M-word in that despicable manner, she has said she's had a lot of threats too.
My quick response.
They're both getting threats. Carmela Anthony's family and this racist lady and her family getting threats. So they're the same. Is that Piers Morgan's analysis for real? Is that really? Because here's the thing about people like Piers Morgan who traffics in racism, and I don't know if he is a racist, but he does traffic in peddling really weird ideas. But he is overtly condemned racist, right? And he will do that in here too. It is strange, though, for your analysis to be that when people like Piers Morgan and the lady at the far end here, they just want us to pretend racism doesn't exist and that if Black people attempt any kind of independence or anything really, that they too are engaging in racism. And it's wild because they ignore the context for which Black people are operating in. And I find that absolutely abhorrent. Like, I find that really strange. No, I don't. I don't find it strange. That's the wrong word. Strange is not the word. I expect it, actually.
To that would just be, let's assume everybody's telling the truth. Let's assume she's telling the truth, and let's assume he's telling the truth. If he's telling the truth and he was doing self-defense and he's getting harassed and doxxed, and of course we already know lies have been told about his GoFundMe campaign saying they were spending it on mansions and cars, all the kind of racist tropes. If that's true, he's being mistreated, and I think that's a sort of very easy case to make. When it comes to her, however, let's assume she's also telling the truth, that she used the word, she thinks the kid was acting like one. She feels like she has the right to use that word against that small baby because of whatever age-appropriate thing the kid did. If she's telling the truth and she's getting doxxed and harassed, I don't know if I want to reward her behavior with $500,000. I don't think she should be doxxed. I don't think she should be harassed. I think she has been mistreated to the extent that no one should be. You have a right to be racist. You have a right to free speech in this country. But I'm not donating money for it, and I feel a lot worse about her GoFundMe than the one for the person who's been railroaded.
Yeah, well, Lily Gaddis, you posted a defense of Shiloh on X. It's been viewed 2.5 million times, in which it was entitled, "White People Are Finally Fighting Back. Stand with..."
The people like to use free speech as an excuse to be racist when the First Amendment only applies to the government retaliation, not the private sector. Funny enough, this is going to come up, and you're going to see Myron Gaines attempt this analysis, because one thing about these people, they know how to do First Amendment application, but they pretend they don't, and they will micro it whenever they need to, and then make it a government thing when they need to for the argument. And Marc Lamont Hill is about to catch it. Marc Lamont Hill is about to catch it. Now, Piers Morgan is trying to pretend he did not know this lady was racist, right? Listen to this tweet. Listen to this tweet he's reading from her. This lady retweeted something from Nick Fuentes. First and foremost, that's the problem. But listen to the content of what was reposted. Listen to the content.
On X has been viewed 2.5 million times, in which it was entitled, "White People Are Finally Fighting Back. Stand with Shiloh Hendricks." What did you mean by that? Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. That's tnusa.com/peers. Let Tax Network USA make the next move, not the IRS.
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years. It's been systematic racism as much as Black people.
Yo, at this point, just cut her mic. Like, at this point, just cut her. Cut her mic. Cut her. The fact that you're saying, "Oh, I did not know she was racist."
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years. It's been systematic racism. As much as Black people and people of color want to talk about systematic racism in the United States, it's quite the opposite. They get preferential treatment when it comes to...
these no-brain, having useless, just ridiculous people who are out for the clicks and the, like, this is boring, right? This kind of racism, and that's the thing. Thank you. This kind of racism is boring. It's useless. We see it. It's like rage baity. We don't care. Pierce's brand of engaging in race content is more insightful as to the new form of covert hatred, right? But hers is just like, girl, we don't care. The only reason I care is because of Marc Lamont Hill sitting across from you. That is the only reason we care. Like this, like, oh my God, I'm gonna enrage the people. No one cares. You had a show, no one cared about it. Went viral, no one cared about it. Racist white people said they were protecting you, and then they realized they weren't protecting you from anyone, because Black people, like, after the election, Black people are literally sitting there minding their business. Like, Black funny enough, maybe I'm gonna leave that alone. Because these people have been trying to get under our skin for a while, and I do find it funny that they're being platformed, and beside them, the reason they get our ear. Marc Lamont Hill is the reason they get our ear. Because nobody cares about, like, no one in this chat cares about what this girl got to say.
Getting a job, when it comes to getting into colleges. White people, on the other hand, have been getting attacked relentlessly. Look at 2016 and BLM and all the riots. We just had to sit back and watch people burn down our cities and do nothing about it. So the way to fight back against essentially this anti-white hatred that's been systemically, ingrained in U.S.
Mind you, I know no one is really listening, but the question was about, what do you say about this lady that called this little boy, 5-year-old boy, an N-word, right? And her brain, if you can call what is operating up top brain, is doing absolutely nothing. And she's struggling between talking points to figure out an answer. Like, even if you're racist, you could just like address the question, but she isn't even smart enough to aim her racism in the direction of the question. Like, she can't even aim the racism in the direction of the, like, it's just like, girl, hang it up. Yeah, the racism is just boring and unoriginal. Like, oh my God.
US society is with white unity. We don't see white unity on
Hang
our side.
on. Okay, but hang on. Sorry, just to be clear, this has got nothing to do with anything you just said.
She thought she was eating. She thought she was eating, and she was in good company. Sorry. I forgot I told my mom I would stop shouting. She thought, I get excited easily, I guess. She thought she was eating and in good company with Piers Morgan. The fact that he came back and said, yeah, what I gotta do. Piers Morgan said, girl, what I gotta do. Piers Morgan is like, girl, the racism is too obvious. You need to pull back. You need to pull back. That is wild. Like, what I got to do with what we're doing?
This is a disgusting racist woman who repeatedly spews the M-word, first at a young child, and then at the person taking the video of her, does it with complete impunity, does it numerous times. We are talking about a bona fide, unquestionable racist. And so I don't understand why what you've just said to me bears any relation to white unity or anything that you've just said. She's just a racist. End, isn't she? You wouldn't dispute that.
It's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
it is about her
coming together and supporting another white person. And it doesn't matter.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
She's so stupid. Here's how dumb she is. As a racist bot, Sugar Glitter, as a racist bot, she hasn't even upgraded her program to be thoughtful enough to engage with the prompt at hand. So when Piers Morgan is calling you out for your racism, you are dumb, right? Like you're actually dumb, because it's like, girl, at least elevate your racism. At least elevate your racism. Like this white people gotta stick together does not work. You gotta move on, man. You have the racists leaving you behind. Look, the tiki torch marches are a thing of the past. Like, they've moved on. They're in the White House now. They're talking about DEI. Like, instead of black people, they're saying DEI. We got to get rid of DEI. You know what I mean? Like DEI. You don't know how to play that game, and that's insane. Because Trump and all of them have shown you how to do it, and you're just sitting up here like, white people gotta stick together. White people gotta stick together. Like, I feel bad for you. I do. I feel bad for the racists. Like, when the other races have to be mad at her because she's too obvious. Like, you took Nick Fuente's talking point and then you made it more obvious. It's wild. Like, you gotta go study some racism and then come back. Like, I feel like you need to go back to racism school and then come back on a public platform. Because you're making. Hear this sentence. This is a wild sentence. You're making racists look bad. That's a wild sentence. That is a wild. You're giving contemporary racists a bad name. You're giving contemporary racists a bad name. You're giving contemporary racists a bad name, girl.
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. Would you use the N word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I do, quite frequently.
You use the N word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you? Are you?
Sure,
Yeah, you know what's funny? I don't think she. This is the worst form of racism. It's just like, girl. I don't even care how she became like that. Like, that's completely fine. Like, ain't nobody got time to consider that. It's just like, I just assume racists were better able to hide their racism, and just watching her be dumb is just really sad. Like, even Piers Morgan got to drag you. Piers Morgan has to drag you. This would have been such a fun watch. We could have just kicked our foot up. I could have made myself a margarita at my mini bar that I just created at my home. And we could have been watching this laughing, but Marc Lamont Hill had to be up here. Marc Lamont Hill, I'm mad Marc Lamont Hill is up here. Because I could have been watching this laughing, looking at this girl like she crazy. Unhirable. Like, she now got to be the racist of racists to be supported by other racists, right? Because she is rejected from polite society. Like, she's completely rejected from polite society. So the only way to go is down. You see how far she's at the bottom? She is bottom of the barrel right now. She is digging deep down in that barrel. And the only place she can go from here is down. Ain't no up. And straight to the pits of hell. And unfortunately, there's not that much forgiveness in the world to cure. These people like to use free speech. I read this. Thank you so much. Danji says, Myron getting what? Yeah, you see him smiling. Look at this. Look, whenever there is a white woman out here being racist and despicable, you can always look to a Myron Gaines to protect her. And we know like most white men experimenting in school, Myron Gaines is going to be there. It don't matter. It don't matter what you do. Myron Gaines, like her, have been rejected from polite society. So only way for him to go to is down. How you do not do racism right, and you are the image for the mother of it. What's the waste? What a waste of hate, girl. You are fired. You should have. You should have. Like, it's just wild to be this off.
I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word?
People.
When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why?
Yeah, this girl dumb. There ain't nothing happening up there. Zero things. Zero things happening upstairs. I promise you ain't nothing happening upstairs. Like, it is so weird because, like, it's like you want her to be better. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're watching her and you're like, just be better. But then you realize, wait, being better means being a better racist. So you don't want her to be better. But then watching the train wreck, it's like, girl, ain't nothing up there. Like, give me something. Like, give me anger. Give me hate. Give me DEI. Give me affirmative action. Give me we don't know what she said. Give me we don't have context. Give me she's losing her life and she didn't actually really mean the word. She said the A and not the ER. Give me hip hop culture. Give me she was Democrat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the playbook is so vast. The playbook is vast, and you're just gonna be like, yeah, no, I'm racist. Yeah, and she doesn't even say I'm racist with the passion. That's like, you know what I mean? Like, you know when you get the racist passion, you're like, he means business. she means business. She gets racism. Like, give me disgust. It's just really not giving anything. Like, there's nothing happening there. She's like, yeah, I'm racist. I use the N-word. When black people deserve it, I use the N-word. It's like, one, I don't believe you. I believe you use the N-word, but I don't believe it. You use it in the face of black people. It's not giving that. There's not enough passion there. There's not enough passion there. So I don't believe you do that in person. No. I don't believe that. But I also don't believe you believe anything that you say. I feel like you're programmed and the system is just operating on its own without much input. The system just goes. I feel like the system just goes. Because, like, I feel like this is a moment where you say, this is a mother trying to protect her child, and we weren't there, so we don't know if he used the N-word first. And she just mistakenly said the N-word, and she was frustrated. Like, give us something. This is not giving.
Why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you.
No. None of that. Ain't nobody hurt by her. No shame on her. She's the comedic relief. In our eyes, in the eyes of the blacks, she's in the eyes of us, the blacks, as she calls us. Girl, this is comedy, light work. Now, P.S. Morgan, you want to be the savior. You want to do something important. Drop her. I bet you won't. I bet you won't drop her. I bet you will continue the conversation with her. You call her despicable, useless, racist. I bet you're still platforming her. I bet you're still doing that. I bet you will continue to talk to her as if she has legitimate points. Are you actually mad? Because this is the interesting racism bit. This is the this is the new type where you're like, you're wrong, you're disgusting, you're terrible. Anyway, you're gonna stay on, and we're gonna continue to have a conversation as if you have anything to add. Period.
You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Well, shame on white people for allowing themselves to be systematically discriminated against in the United States. This is our country. This is a country that
Systematically is nasty work. Systematically is nasty work. But period. You go off, Becky. You better eat Pierce up. Let Pierce know that you're not about to be a reformed racist. Let Pierce know that you standing firmly in your racism and you're not going to adopt the woke racism. You're not going to. He won't force you to accept the woke racism. Let Piers Morgan know that you're not about to be a woke racist.
should
What do you
be
mean your
majority
country?
because I'm white and my
What, there are no
ancestors-
black people in American history? Is that what you're saying? That they've all just landed in America, invading your white country? Is that your position?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they were brought here technically.
My God, do you understand how dumb you sound?
This is stupid. This is stupid and racist, and at some point we have to ask.
Marc Lamont Hill, why are you jumping? Girl, if you don't go sit, rest, girl. Sorry, I don't mean to call you girl. I hope that's fine, but rest. Ain't nobody tell you why are you jumping. I completely forgot he just like barged in. You see one white person checking another white person about the racism. I don't know, girl. You better sit back and not hurt your head. Like, just let them go.
Okay. Invading your white country. Is that your position?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they were brought here technically.
My God, do you understand how dumb you sound?
This is stupid. This is stupid and racist, and at some point we have to ask ourselves: do we want to reward this kind of disgusting behavior by platforming it?
I don't disagree, Mark. Listen, I didn't know she was going to say that.
Okay, Mark. Okay, girl, you didn't know she was going to say that. Fine. You found her tweet by Nick Fuentes saying white people need to come together and rise up. You booked her. You don't do any background check outside of that one tweet. You don't actually know that she's racist. I'm going to give you that. I don't want to. But this is the kind of racism that I've grown accustomed to. I'm going to give you that. Now that you know she said it, what now? You didn't know she was going to do it. You would not have brought her on if you knew she was going to be that way. Fine. She is that way now. You have full control. Nothing. She's still there. She's still there. Marc Lamont Hill, she's still there. You said he shouldn't platform her. She's still there while you are on the panel. Do something. Marc Lamont Hill. Leave. Give him an ultimatum. Give it a little razzle dazzle. Give it a little razzle dazzle. No. All right. Piers Morgan pretends to be outraged by an overtly dumb racist, and Marc Lamont Hill steps up and say you shouldn't be platforming that, but still continues to talk, legitimizing the entire panel. So I'm just going to assume no one cared. Everyone pretended they cared, and that's just that on that. Got it. Cool.
don't disagree with you.
No. Yeah. I'm with you. I don't think you knew ahead of time. I'm saying at this moment, someone who's saying it's technically black people brought up. No, technically, Africans were stolen, enslaved, and they built this country.
Mark Lamont Hill, that white woman know that we were slaves. I don't know why people do this. This whole like, let me explain to you about black people, and ain't nobody got time. Racists, these racists are fully aware. Ain't no time to educate nobody. You wanted to tell Piers Morgan to drop her. Say it. I dare you. Say it to him. Say it. Instead of insinuating that he should drop her, say it outright. I bet you won't. Still don't dislike Mark Lamont Hill, by the way.
And the idea that you can justify calling a baby the N-word by saying that white people are losing the country is absurd. It's morally bankrupt, and it's honestly besides the point. I mean, all these these are just distractions from the fact that she wants to justify dehumanizing and even animalizing a small black child. It's disgusting.
What is it?
Yeah, I never said that.
No, but you may as well have done because you're just an unashamed.
That's the implication of your
racist. Let me bring in.
Girl, Mark, just like you should have. If you weren't gonna tell him to drop her and give him an ultimatum and buck up and show the strong black masculinity, if you weren't gonna do that, you should have just let them fight it out. Like, ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Myron Gaines, because you've been smirking and laughing. What's funny about any of this?
Well, I mean, I find it interesting that you guys want to virtue signal and, wag the finger and say she's a racist and everything else like this.
No, she admits she's a racist.
Well, let me
I'm not wagging a finger at anybody.
She's self-identified as a racist.
But Myron, with respect, Myron, I don't need to wag a finger when somebody says, yeah, I'm racist. I use the N-word against black people. I don't care. That's a racist. I'm not wagging any finger. I'm not accusing anybody. She is admitting it proudly. Even you can't defend that, surely.
Everybody is racist to some degree. The reality is it depends on, a lot of people want to be politically correct. A lot of people want to sit there and say, I'm not racist at all. We all have biases. We all have stereotypes. We all make jokes. We all are racist to some degree. Now, how racist you are is a whole other situation, but everyone is racist. That's number one. Next thing I want to say, see, I think the Shiloh Hendricks and Metcalf situation is a microcosm. They counsel police officers, they get into a physical altercation, things go left, they die, something happens, racism or police brutality, or, oh, it's all so messed up. The reality is this. Black people have been able to get away with a ridiculous amount of privilege in America for a very long time. They're able to be racist without being charged back. And quite frankly, white Americans have no fit, and the chickens have come to roost. Now, look, am I saying that's awesome? Am I saying that's great? No, but for literally the better part of almost 2 decades since the Obama era, we have to have BLM and liberalism shut down and quite frankly,
but just to be clear, you would have no problem with one member of this panel openly saying she uses the N-word at black people with impunity and is proud of being a racist. You have no problem with that?
My world view on the protection of the First Amendment and freedom of speech overrides my personal feelings. She has the right to say
that's fine. You support the First Amendment, but you can also have a personal view about what she said.
My feelings are relevant. The Constitution is the Constitution. That's
So when it comes to chastising black Americans about their behavior, about calling white people crackers, as you say, about the moral place, about the racism, you can levy a judgment.
Ain't nobody got time for Myron Gaines. I am so sorry. Ain't nobody got time for Myron Gaines.
Against black Americans for all the things they do, but when it comes to this woman saying the N-word, and this other woman endorsing it and saying that she herself uses the N-word, now all of a sudden we can only talk about the Constitution and the legal right. We can't offer any moral judgment against it. That's disingenuous, and it's as the only black American up here, that's quite frustrating to hear.
If you want to be soft and get offended by that, that's your fucking problem.
See, this is why I don't like listening to him, because that actually pissed me off. That actually pissed me off. The fact that you're going to look to Mark Lamont Hill and you're going to say that's your effing... I feel like Piers Morgan should have dropped him too, but I don't know that I can blame Mark Lamont Hill for lowering himself in this way, but that is just like for someone like if Myron if Lacefront is on his own platform dragging you, it doesn't matter. He should never. There is no world where Dusty disgusting, degenerate, useless, a weak ass, nothing B-word like him gets to directly speak to Marc Lamont Hill, Dr. Hill, that way. There is no world where that should be. There is zero world where that should be possible. And it only is that way. It is only possible because Marc Lamont Hill sat in front of someone like that. No, I pronounced more of the I didn't add the S at the end. I intentionally did not add the S at the end. That is absolutely insane to me. Call it whatever you want. That is, you do not get to speak. No, you don't get to speak to him like that. No. Nope. Absolutely not. That is trash to me. That is trash. I hope this is his final time on there without. I hope this is Marc Lamont's final time, Dr. Hill's final time on this show without knowing who is going to be on there with him. I think that is wild. I hope to God that he never shows back up on this show without knowing who will be on the panel. India, thank you so much for being a member for 41 months. All the people that I respected, the Black men specifically, have been very disappointing this week and last. That is insane to me. I find this deeply insulting. I find this deeply insulting. Like, you don't actually know how deeply insulting I find this. Imagine you're trash after you threw it out, like, speaking back to you. Absolutely not. If the garbage truck don't come collect this, absolutely not.
Problem, not mine.
Let me ask Ricky.
We're not even.
I'm sorry, Moran Gaines could never speak to me that way. It will never happen. He can do it from a distance. He can fight his way into the club that I'm in, but it will never be because I sat across from him intentionally to have a conversation with Moran Gaines. Absolutely not.
Let me ask Ricky. Ricky,
this isn't about being soft any more than when you were desperately saving these white people.
Hold on. This sensitive nature that you have. It's precisely why we have this problem.
I didn't articulate sensitivity. What I said, in the same way you levied a judgment against black people, I'm levying one against the claims you're making. I'm no more sensitive than you were when you made your.
Okay, by the way, there was a really good conversation here, not the conversation insofar as both of them, but what Marc Lamont Hill was pointing out to Myron Gaines is his hypocrisy. But we don't care. We don't care. You ain't got to point nothing out. Do not point nothing out to Myron Gaines. Absolutely. Moran Gaines is not the one you should be talking to. So while this was a good win for Dr. Hill and showing how dumb Moran is, I don't care nothing about it. Don't care nothing about it. We just skipping him.
Claim. I'm simply saying I disagree with you. And to immediately jump to you're being sensitive is just a distraction. I'm making an argument here. Just respond to my argument.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you
Now, and my
every single time he speaks, I'm doing this. Every single time. Absolutely not.
argument to respond to that is this: political correctness, liberalism, and making sure that we're politically correct and don't use certain words to defend people is precisely why we're in the situation that we're in. For decades, we've had to literally tiptoe around, say certain things around certain people, while other group of people have been able to have impunity and be able to be as racist as they want to be, as violent as they want to be, without any type of consequence. And if you call out, you're labeled a racist. The reality is this: black people don't want to run black people. I don't want to run black people. I moved to neighborhoods with majority white signs on the street. Now, this uncomfortable reality, no one wants to say, so I'll say it. Black people commit a lot of crimes. The majority of violent crime committed in the United States is committed by a small percentage of people, and they tend to be black men. Look, the reality is the reality. People don't want to say it, but the political correctness and being nice and not wanting to tell the truth is precisely the problem. And the reason why you're seeing all this support for Metcalf and Shiloh, etc., is because white people have not been able to step up and say what they want to say for a very long time because of what I said before: systemic, organized, but they don't take accountability for this.
Let me bring in Ricky to respond. Ricky.
Don't be acting like
Yeah, I wanted to say that. I agree. that virtue signaling went too far, that political correctness went too far, but we're going from virtue signaling being the norm and being praised to now vice signaling being the norm and being praised. It's not just a matter of does this woman have the right to use that word? I believe that she has the right. I disagree with it. But is she now being rewarded with $500,000? Why are we rewarding people for performing vice instead of virtue? This is not healthy. This is destructive to our society. This is destructive to our social fabric, to our culture, to our ability to live with other fellow Americans. It's gross to reward someone for bad behavior. It's one thing to tolerate it, to say that she has the right to do it, but she called an autistic 5-year-old the N-word. Like, I'm sorry, but I feel like we're kind of like missing the point in the actual context. You can say that it's part of this bigger meta story of Black and white America, but it actually is just like a short little clip, and you don't even know the context of it, and it's actually gross. And if we can't just say that it's gross and bad, then I don't really know where we are.
Well, I think it's interesting to me that Lily Gaddis, you retweeted Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist.
Imagine being called soft because you don't want a 5-year-old to get called the N-word and berated. Right. And nobody got time for Dusty Moron lames. And nobody got time for him. And zero people got time for Lace Front. Zero. He got deplatformed, demonetized, deinstitutionalized. This man just trash.
By saying he said black people just raised $500,000 for a cold-blooded killer who stabbed a white teenager to death. I don't want to hear one word about the Shiloh Hendricks fundraiser. Either everyone gets to be tribal or nobody does. Why would you retweet that?
Because I agree with it. Because we have to fight fire with fire. I mean, at some point, why are
nobody does?
Why are Jewish people allowed to be tribal? Why are Black people allowed to be tribal? But as soon as white people stand up for themselves, we're labeled a racist. And by the way, you call people racist when you want them to stop talking about things.
No, I called you a racist because you admitted you were racist. Hang on. I called, just to be clear, I called you a racist because you openly, proudly.
Girl, Marc Lamont Hill, sit this out. Let them do that work, please. Sit this out. Like, oh my God, sit it out.
Admitted you're a racist. So it wasn't a question of exposing you or pointing my finger or trying to get this out of you. You proudly sat there, old as brass, and said, yeah, I use the N-word all the time against black people. I'm a racist and I'm proud of it. That's what you did.
Racism is just having a preference. I prefer not to live around black people. I prefer not to live in a country.
Yo, she might actually not know what racism is. The creator of racism might not know what she said. Racism is just having a problem. I think she believes that too. Yeah, I don't believe this, but what if she's not racist, but she's just real dumb? What if she? Wait, what if she's not actually racist? She's just really dumb. this useless degenerate, nothing, like she ain't nothing going. The lights, I would say the lights on, but nothing's happening in there. But I don't even think the light is on up there. I think it is just a desert of nothingness. I don't think anything is happening up there. Like, it's hard to be offended. It's hard to be offended by someone that dumb. I remember when I had a little child, and the little child was like hanging on to me, and then they were like, "Oh my God, your lips are so big! I love your lips are big," and I'm like, "Oh, you're like, you can't be offended. You can't be offended by people who are this like useless. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, this can be very dangerous, and I'm not downplaying racism, and I don't want anything that I say to come across as if I'm downplaying racism. I hope that's clear. But like, someone like this is so cartoonishly bad that it's like, I don't know how to engage with it outside of like, oh, you're just a useless, disgusting degenerate. Like, I don't engage with this. Like, there's no reason to like engage with this. Myron is jealous that that little boy is only 5 years old and a full head of healthy hair. Meanwhile, he's planning his 7th trip to Turkey. Period. Get that lace foot laid, Myron Lames.
where white people in our country are disproportionately attacked by black people. Where in my country, you can have an Austin Metcalf where he asks a guy to leave and he gets stabbed in the heart. I prefer that. That's a preference. Now, what a real racist is, in my opinion, is seeing someone as less human. I'm a Christian. I believe everyone's created in God's image. So I don't see anyone as less human. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have a preference and say, I don't like what happens to be coming out of this community or that community. How is that a bad thing? How is that not just a preference?
Because you've literally...
Not her trying to walk back her racism. Not her trying to walk back her racism and redefine the word. Girl, hang it up. Ain't nobody care. The only people who gonna love you are them super racists, right? So the modern racists ain't gonna accept you. So you just double down. At this point, girl, I'm gonna give you some career advice. Here's some career advice. At this point, just double down. At this point, just let it go. Just double down. Ain't no saving you right now. Just double down. It's fine. It's fine. We see each other. I promise you, we're fine. Just double down. Men like Myron Gaines will always be there if you need them. I don't know what she's talking about with violence when then we're
made black people sound lesser humans. You don't want to live around them. You want to use the N-word in relation to them, a word that you know causes that community unbelievable
Is that
offense.
my fault? Is that my fault? If they have bad behavior, if they want to act in
people warring with each other for a century and can't even have enough diplomacy to stop. Girl, they said we fighting.
The N-word in relation to them, a word that you know causes that community unbelievable offense.
Is that my fault? Is that my fault? If they have bad behavior, if they want to act in a certain way, if I have to cross the street and be afraid that maybe because of the crime statistics that are very real, by the way, is that my fault or is that their fault for having bad behavior?
That's mind-boggling to me for multiple reasons. I mean,
don't engage with that. Don't let that racist lady be racist. I wish I would be up there defending myself against the useless. Absolutely not. Ma'am, you gave birth to and raised the serial killers, told that. Period. I'm going to do PDF files, mass shooters and genocidal maniacs of the world. Really? Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm not about to sit there. No. I know. I know you meant toe taggers. I know you meant toe taggers. Absolutely not. The fact that I get Marc Lamont's impulse to drag her, I get it, but let them rest. This is one time I'm like, black man, rest. Let these two white people deal with it. let them white folks deal with it.
we're talking about bad behavior. You know, we've never lynched you. We've never enslaved you. We've never done any of the deep-seated structural forms of injustice to white people that white people have done to black people.
Girl, let them. Oh my God, they know. I promise you, they know.
And yet, to claim some kind of moral superiority in the midst of, and again, in the context of a conversation where a white woman is calling a 5-year-old autistic child the N-word, and we're talking about black people's bad behavior, this is absurd. And the idea of fighting fire with fire, again, is a dishonest argument. Just to take us back to the point here, the people who are supporting Carmelo Anthony's campaign believe that he was wrongfully charged, and they're trying to get him legal defense. The people who are defending this woman are saying, yes, we know you called the 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word, and we want more of it. We approve of it. We support it. These are not the same thing. And it's bonkers to me that we couldn't all stand and say, hey, it is wrong to call a 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word. I mean, Mike, let me just ask you that question. I think this is a yes or no question. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think the woman was wrong to do?
Honestly, a lot of what he did all of this week is beneath him. From Joe Budden to all of it is beneath him. Unfortunately, he has to go that low to build. And I blame us. I blame us for it. I blame our anti-intellectualism for Marc Lamont's having to lower himself to being cursed at by someone as degenerate and useless as Maureen Lames.
Do what she did to that child in that park.
I don't approve of that. But what I will say is that it's very important to understand the entire context of what led us to this position. Because again, Metcalf and Hendricks is a microcosm of a much larger problem. Earlier, we were talking about tribalism when you mentioned Nick Fuentes' tweet. Here's the thing. Black people can be as tribal as they want to be. You have people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson running around about black power, marrying black women, and keep it in the hood, and all this other stuff. But white people say, you know what, white power, we need to keep our nation white. They're immediately ostracized and labeled as supremacists. They get banned off every single platform. I find that interesting. And matter of fact, you want to say the same thing. No, actually, that's the same thing, because you're the problem with black people. No, it's not. Well, let me finish this. Black people practice the very racism they cry about. You guys can gather together and say Black Lives Matter, Black Power, white people get together and say white power gather together, they're considered white supremacists, and they get banned off every single platform. Why is that Jared Taylor and Nick Fuentes are banned off every platform for practicing white nationalism, but black people are allowed to stand every single platform getting interviews on breakfast club? Explain that to me. There's a two-tier situation here where black people live with the benefit off of being racist, while whites are not. And what we're dealing with right now in America is literally a backlash to this white supremacy that's been able to run around unchecked for a long time, and no one has the balls to call it out. Here's the other thing I want to say. Everyone's flipping out over Shiloh Hendricks is saying the N-word. The counter point you just made, though, hold on. Nobody flipped out like this when the United States was getting destroyed in 2020 because of black protests destroying every liberal city in America. So I don't want to hear about, this made $500,000 just said N-word. Who cares? They destroyed billions of dollars of structure because someone got killed. Who was a criminal? That's the problem in America. You guys get a privilege that no one else gets to enjoy. You can be racist.
Okay. Hold it there. We've got
That was annoying.
guest joining us. Marc, I'll come back to you to respond to that in a moment. But we're being joined now by Jacob Wells. He's the Christian founder of the Give.
This is the owner of the website that is raising money. Let's hear the logic for why he's allowing a racist to be on to make money for being a racist. Let's go.
Send Go donation site that both campaigns have been hosted on. Thank you very much indeed for joining me, Mr. Wells. First of all, your reaction to what seems to me to be a blatant hijacking of both of these fundraising post sites for different reasons, but definitely being hijacked by people for racist motivation.
No, I think that's completely correct, Piers. I do think that there was an element here that did hijack, that came at this and really became a racist, tribalist element between the two campaigns. Independently of themselves, I think that they would have existed on our platform in a whole different manner, but because of the narratives around them and the proximity to each other, they created a life of their own. And it is unfortunate, it's sad to see, because as a Christian myself, what I respect about humanity and the image of God on us, I believe that we're all valuable. I believe that people have dignity and worth, and we want to see that upheld for people, even in difficult moments. That's why our platform exists, is to share hope with people. And it's been a difficult week, several weeks of just navigating the complexity of these situations as a platform.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio alone, and is pre-IERS for your discount. That's getting an adult who's filming her, doesn't care, is blatantly racist. Why should someone like that be allowed to raise any money on your site if, as you say, you are driven by a Christian purpose?
Well, that's a
All these people Christians, they sure are. I ain't got no defense. All them Christians, girl. All of them proclaim themselves to be Christians. Yeah, they sure do. Do I have a defense of it? I absolutely don't. Do I? No.
a fascinating question. I would almost flip it around. It's like if we tried to create litmus tests for everybody to come onto a platform to use it, I pretty much could guarantee nobody would pass the litmus test, because
So he's saying he cannot create a litmus test because everyone would fail that litmus test. Mind you, you cannot raise, Piers Morgan is about to talk about this, you can't raise money for abortion. And if you're like anti-right wingers, they're going to check your stuff out and they're going to reject it. So isn't that a litmus test? It feels like the litmus test is whatever you want it to be. Let's try to go raise money for abortions, to fight abortion legislation and see what happens. Not my ear falling out. There. Oh. Oh.
the reality of humanity is that we're broken. This is the whole principle of Jesus in the first place, is that we needed a savior, and that's what he came for.
So just to be clear, just to be clear, then, hang on, just to be clear, so that's interesting what you just said. So you would let anybody onto your platform to raise money for anything? Is that your position?
No, the position is that there are laws that define what is legal and what isn't legal. And
yeah, when the Christian man starts saying he used the law to dictate what he allows on his website, just start running. Whenever a man or woman says that what they do is go by that which is legal, remember in your head, slavery was legal at one point, and then just run. Just like book it. Whatever direction they're going in, book it in the other direction. The white man who said he would pick the beer over a black woman, the white man I don't know if it's the white man who said he would pick the beer over a black woman, despite the fact that white women are more likely to harm him, is also a Christian. Girl, anytime people say they're Christian, I know some foolishness is afoot. This is true. This is true. This is so true for me. Whenever I hear someone online say, I'm a Christian, I know some foolishness is afoot. I know that they're about to do some foolishness. When a man in particular says, I am Christian, either he cheated on his wife his whole life and is now attempting to change and convince her to stay, or he's about to do some other foolishness. They're gonna hate immigrants. They're gonna be racist. They're gonna try to steal money. They're not gonna help anyone. They're going to disrespect everyone around. Whenever someone say or promote first that they are Christian, please know some effery is afoot. Whenever someone is like, well, we got to do this for Jesus, some foolishness is afoot. I know. Whenever, what's his name, Vice President Vance, whenever JD came out and was like, as a Christian, as a member of the Catholic Church, I was like, oh, here we go. Then he goes, we got to love ourselves first. And the love we have to prioritize it. We cannot love everyone. We cannot love everyone. We have to love our family first, and we have to make sure our family is good before we can love anyone else. The new pope is like, you absolute degenerate. Because the new pope said J.D. Vance is an absolute degenerate, and that is not the teaching of the Bible. That's what. Yeah, have y'all seen the right wingers online crashing out about the new pope, the American pope? Girl, they call him everything but a child of God. This is the first pope that is from the US, I think. Yeah, I think that's right. And girl, the right wingers have crashed out. They're anyway, that's not the film. That is not the moment for that.
We adhere to the laws as the framework for what is and isn't allowed.
But inciting racial hatred is a crime, right?
Inciting racial hatred is a crime?
Yeah.
Where?
You don't think it's a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen that as a law on the books, but
it is.
That was part of the reason.
I'm not even American, and I know it's a law on the books. You're not allowed to incite racial hatred or violence against ethnic groups based on their ethnicity. What could be a more glaring example than someone on camera calling black people the N-word?
Violence and words are two different things, and we do make a distinction of that in America. They are very clearly different things. I don't know of any law. I'd be happy for you to inform me with what that law is, because I don't know everything. I'm happy.
He said, respect the law, respect the law. Anyway, this man don't care nothing about none of that. I hope y'all are catching his mental acrobatics to defend racism on his platform.
To admit that. But as has already been mentioned on the show earlier, there are needs that exist outside of the reality of that moment for Shiloh. I don't condone the behavior. Obviously, we didn't see the actual behavior that was accused in the moment. What we saw was the aftermath of a kind of baited moment.
But she carries on using the N-word to a black person with impunity. That's a racist.
Yeah, well, she
Okay, so you got to explain it, and now you're like, oh, it already happened. It already happened. Okay, can she raise money if she had an abortion? But she says, I need money for like post-abortion care. Can they raise money for post-abortion? Based on your logic, that the bad thing had already happened and you need to give grace. Cool. So they can't raise money for abortion. Can they raise it for post-abortion care? No, not going to do that either. But I thought you said if the bad thing already happened in the past, God is a forgiving God. So, like, can she raise money? No. I don't know. Big toe over here. Big toe, the one that looked like a big toe. I don't know which one. I don't know if it's my right or your right. The bald head one, phantom follicle that looked like a big toe. He's an idiot. And I don't know why he came on Piers Morgan if he can't defend his position.
She might have some racial elements. I don't know. I don't know Shiloh
some
personally.
Racial elements. She uses the N-word repeatedly to a black man, and she doesn't deny having just used it to a 5-year-old black child. I'm not sure what more evidence you need that this person's a racist. And my question for you is simply, where is that line for you? You say it's the law,
Well,
but if somebody is literally raising hundreds of thousands of dollars to support them because they were blatantly racist, I'm just curious how that fits with the Christian ethos of what your site's supposed to be about.
Well, it fits actually very well, because we can, like I started to say, we don't operate on a litmus test of your past behaviors as far as the services that you get to provide. The moment that you start walking down the narrative that we're not going to provide you electricity, water, because we don't like you, the structural elements, the movement of money, which is a basic element to society.
So let me just ask you this. So if someone was being blatantly anti-Semitic, for example, would you allow them to raise money on your platform to defend themselves over their anti-Semitism?
We sit in a very interesting position.
So you're not going to answer that question. You're not. Piers Morgan does not re-ask the question in a way for it to get answered, because he's not about to answer this question.
Position as a platform in trying to navigate the complexities of these issues.
Yeah, so what's the answer, though? What's the answer?
You can say things. Well, I'll say historically, we've stood on that principle of saying we're going to allow things that we disagree with.
Okay.
And we've allowed things that we completely disagree with.
That is not an answer. Would you allow for anti-Semitism on your platform, for them to raise money for anti-Semitism? You saying we allow things we disagree with is not an answer. That is not an answer. And I would have re-asked it again so they can get canceled.
People to do pro-abortion. Did you allow pro-abortion fundraising?
Actually, there's two caveats to what GiveSendGo has carved out, and one of them is
and that's also a no. No, he can't even answer the question straight. Who is this man PR team? I really hate that these people have been agreeing with Piers Morgan. How did we get here? Have me agreeing with Piers? Right. How did we get here? I'm holding space for Hey, Alyssa, how are you? I hope all is well. Sending love and light. Hopefully you're going to Afro Nation. I will see you there. Blup, blup, blup. Blup, blup.
Well, it's broken into two pieces, but it's the protection of children. So we say we're going to protect children because they don't have a voice. So we're not going to allow fundraising for abortions on GiveSendGo, and we're not going to allow fundraising for the transition of children.
Okay, but what about a 5-year-old child what about a 5-year-old black child being called the N-word?
What about that?
Where does the protection for that child come in?
Well, that's their parents' responsibility. That's like if
he said that's their parents' responsibility. Okay, cool. So the abortion is my responsibility. Why can't my wife come raise money for an abortion? Or raise money for the post-abortion care? By the way, I think this was a good line of questioning for Piers Morgan. I usually don't give him props for anything, but this was a way to hold to account that I haven't seen from him in this direction. So I did appreciate that. I have to point that out. No, I didn't have to point that out. Separately, I wish Piers Morgan, but he's not going to push back that hard, would have pressed for answers as opposed to letting this man escape accountability.
If my child, and I have several children, if my child was called something bad, I would take my child aside and I would tell them.
You just said that one of the caveats. You just said one of the caveats for GiveSendGo is the protection of children. You talked about the transitioning process. You talked about abortion, which is obviously.
When they say the protection of children, all they mean by the protection of children is that they want to force women to have children. That's all they mean, and nothing else. Anything else is added on. When these people who proclaim themselves to be Christians and that they care about children, whenever they talk about children, all they mean is that they're going to force women to have children. That's it. That's all. What happened to the children after? They don't care nothing about that. They don't actually care about these kids. And y'all need to get that through y'all thick skulls. Like, oh my God, you said you care about children, but like, why do you not care that this black child is being called the N-word? Who told you they care about children, girl? Keep up. Yeah. Keep up. They're trying to get this Handmaid's Tale together. They're trying to get this Handmaid's Tale society together. Gotta keep up, man. Ain't nobody got time to be explaining that to you, Pierce Morgan.
Your Christian perspective on that. And I'm simply saying, why doesn't it include children being racially abused? Why is that suddenly the parents' responsibility, not yours as a platform?
No, because
where
there are
you are
campaigns that
literally
exist on
you are going to
GiveSendGo.
make a. Well, look, let me just spell it out to you. The way things are going, you're going to make a millionaire.
Right, Maya. Also, not only do they not care about children, they definitely don't care about black children. A black child being called the N-word, of course they're gonna promote that woman. What do you mean?
Out of a woman who racially abused a child. And if your caveats are for
that's
protection,
incorrect.
well, hang on. Well, you are.
No, I'm not. Because one, we're a platform. We don't make donations to these campaigns. These are individuals that are making donations.
This person will
of their
become a
own volition.
millionaire
This is
because of
not
your
GiveSend.
platform.
No, it's not because of our platform. They could send checks and they could send money a million different ways to individuals.
But they're using your platform.
Avenues.
And you've already said to me you carve out things because you want to protect children. I'm just curious, why is racially abusing a child not one of your carve-outs?
Well, what the campaign is fundraising for. So we have to make a distinction between what happens on GiveSendGo and then what happens outside of GiveSendGo, because we can't police everything that happens outside of GiveSendGo. All that we can police is what happens on GiveSendGo. So
Okay, so if you can't police what happened, why can't someone raise money for abortion? I'm gonna keep bringing up that abortion conversation.
The two instances that I gave were about campaigns that if they were created on GiveSendGo, that we would, for those scenarios, we would prevent. But things that happen outside of GiveSendGo, we can't police around. So does someone have the right to raise funds for their security, for their protection, because they've been doxxed, because of a snapshot moment, because everyone has a camera in their pocket?
When these men start stuttering, you know they just lost the plot. He's stressed, girl. He probably mad. He's like, Pierce Morgan, I thought we were in the same camp. Why are you stressing me out, girl? Let me just be racist in peace. Like, what do you mean?
Pocket. And today we can see the outworking of this. 3 years ago in New York City, in the middle of the city, there was an altercation between a woman and a black man over bird watching and dogs. And her name was Amy Cooper. And to this day, 3 years later, she hasn't been able to find a job. Because she made.
Poor racist woman can't find a job. Oh my God. We period.
A bad mistake, saying the wrong thing in a particular moment
Well,
where a camera was pulled out.
If you racially abused him, if you racially abuse people, you are made accountable for your actions.
So for the rest of your life, the rest of your life, you're shut off from society.
If you call black people the N-word and racially abuse them, unfortunately, yes, it has consequences, probably for your professional life,
No, I'm not saying,
for the rest of your professional life.
We understand that there are consequences.
Yeah.
I understand there's consequences. What I'm saying is what you're advocating for, it seems, is that.
Right, like they can hire her. Go hire. You better go be that woman's knight in shining armor. Just go gather up all the racists and just employ them in your church for your website. Period. Do that, girl. Do that. Because forget them kids. He said, I mean, you calling the kid an N-word, is that bad? He's like, it's not. You being a woman calling the police on a black man doing absolutely nothing to you and pretending like you are dying in the park and calling literally on the phone pretending like you are being attacked and you're fearful for your life. Yeah, that's fine. In his mind, that's fine.
For the rest of Shiloh's life, she should be pushed into the recesses of society, and that she should not have a voice, that she should be canceled and silenced. This is what drives people to suicide. And it's this cancel culture mantra that thinks that the best way forward as a society is to cancel them rather than try to bring some redemption into the situation. And for GiveSendGo, our purpose and our hope is not that we agree with every single campaign. It's why we started a prayer team at GiveSendGo. We actually call every campaign owner, and we.
They're praying for the racists. And here I thought they were just allowing these racists to be racist and give them money for being racist. No, they're not just allowing these racists to raise money for them. There is hope. There is hope. They are praying for them. Period. And that is such a relief for me. Like, that is such a relief for me, because I wouldn't think that they would do so much work. You know what I mean? Like, because when people started praying, racism ended. When people were praying, when white folks started praying, slavery ended. That's what happened. There's nothing like, I was actually getting worried. Like, I actually was getting worried because I thought, you know what, maybe this is a bad thing. Like, these people are going to get economic power. They won't feel the heat of what they've done. So they won't be able to learn from that which they've done because they're just getting money. But I did not know that they were praying. I didn't know they were praying. Now that they're praying, we are all safer because they prayed for these racist people. Period. Black people should too embarrassed to call themselves Christian. You deserve the same God as the people who hate you. Leave me alone. The men say they protect children unless they're black. Period. She said we don't care nothing about them black kids.
We pray with them, and we actually talk them back from the ideological edges that they find themselves in by saying, you know what, there's a God that loves you. You don't need to get into this tribal space. You need to focus on rebuilding that relationship with him, because that's the fabric for a principled and moral nation.
Piers Morgan does not get it. Piers Morgan, I don't like that. Piers Morgan, you need to stop pushing back now. He said he prayed for them, and he's trying to get these racists to have their connection with God. Like the lady that you are currently interviewing who said that white people need to come together. She too is Christian. So like her, this man is praying for other white women and white people to connect with God so that their racism can be of God instead of the flesh. Period. Period.
Here's the flaw with Shiloh Hendricks. She, in her message left on the donation site, it goes on, sentence after sentence, playing the victim. She never once mentions that she repeatedly used the N-word. It doesn't exist in her description of the victimhood statement she puts out there. So it's incredibly disingenuous, because people who read that will not realize, if they don't know the story, that she racially abused a child and then an adult in a most horrific manner. And I'm curious, for you as a company, you take, I believe, tips and donations from each of the donations that come in. Is that how the system works?
No, it's not tips and donations. It's offering. It's for God. This is different. It's not. He's not trying to make money. This is all for Jesus. Drop it low. Drop it low for Jesus. Keep the Lord in mind when you're dirty rain. Drop.
What? The system works on voluntary donations. Okay. So the only thing that we receive as revenue from the
$600,000 plus that have now been raised for her, how much have you guys made, Give, Send, Go, from that money? Presumably you know, right?
I actually don't know. I haven't kept track of what the donations to that campaign in particular to Give, Send, Go are.
Do you feel comfortable? You feel comfortable making money out of that?
What I feel comfortable doing is, last week, flying out to Detroit, Michigan, and stepping into somebody's brokenness who had a campaign on Give, Send, Go because their car was stolen and another car was in an accident, and they found out their 3-year-old had cancer.
Well, it's a different story. It's a different story completely.
And it's a completely different story, but it's a reality of what we use the funds from Give, Send, Go for.
The bottom line is,
and they found out their 3-year-old had cancer.
Well, it's a different story.
It's a different. Flying out to Detroit, Michigan, and Give, Send, Go.
Do you feel comfortable from that?
Listen to the question and then listen to the answer. Cowboy Themis Carter. Period. Draw.
Money. Presumably you know, right?
I actually don't know. I haven't kept track of what the donations to that campaign in particular to Give, Send, Go.
Do you feel comfortable? You feel comfortable making money out of that?
Do you feel comfortable making money out of this woman calling a little boy, a child, the N-word and raising money on your website because you get money from that? Do you feel comfortable making money from that? Response.
what I feel comfortable doing is last week flying out to Detroit, Michigan, and stepping into somebody's brokenness who had a campaign on Give, Send, Go because their car was stolen and another car was in an accident and they found out that their 3-year-old had cancer.
Well, it's
and
a different story. It's a different story completely.
And it's a completely different story, but it's a reality of what we use the funds from Give, Send, Go for.
The bottom line is you're making, I don't know, tens of thousands, maybe more, out of a particular part of your site that has been set up by a racist.
So the answer is yes. Illusion Vision, you've been a member for 27 months. Thank you so much. No way, Lord in mind when you whine was said. No, you don't know the song. It's a song. I ain't gonna sing it. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't.
Who was proudly racist on camera repeatedly, and you say you want to protect children, but the reason that she is so infamous is she originally in that exchange racially abused a child. And you might laugh. Well,
this is validating the study about religion and IQ. I reject it. I reject that too. I reject that. Leave these Christians alone.
Smirk
you know what?
smile.
Well, none of us.
I don't find any of that funny.
You keep jumping. Yeah, I don't think it's funny either. You put me in a position to try to defend Shiloh, which I have no defense for Shiloh. I don't defend.
You do have a defense. Your defense was that some other dusty woman in Central Park cannot find a job, and that you don't think that these people who are racist, who acts out of their racism, caught on camera, should be penalized to that extent. You do have a defense. Piers Morgan isn't going to push back because Piers Morgan is positioning himself as like the anti-racist person here, but he's really not pushing back as harshly as he could. Maybe he doesn't know how to, but no.
And calling a child something like that, what is very evident is that, one, we don't have video of her doing any of those things outside of the post video. So
where she literally uses the N-word repeatedly, and she doesn't deny using it against the child. In fact, she makes it clear she did do it because he was behaving like one, she said. So I don't know why you're being so mealy-mouthed about it. The bottom line is she's obviously a nasty racist. She's proud of being a racist. She admitted being a racist, and we heard her being a racist. There is no doubt about what happened. What you're trying to do is cast a little bit of doubt, if you don't mind me saying, because it helps your corporate position, which is you're making a ton of money out of a racist who is going to be a millionaire out of being a racist because of your platform.
If you think allowing this campaign helps our corporate position, come on, Piers.
You know what would help you corporately? If you were genuinely true to your mission statement as a Christian site, that you want to protect children, and you were big on that at the start of this interview.
Piers, there is an exemption. When they say they want to protect children, they don't include black children. The black children aren't included, Piers Morgan. The black children. It is not the children. Well, it probably is the children too, but it's the black. The black part is the part that's confusing for them. In his mind, how can you be children and black? They don't care nothing about us. The problem with high horses is skip leg day, sip smoke, peel matcha. Oh, I learned to make matcha. I'm going to probably make some matcha. Not tonight, but sometime.
I want to protect the kids, then you would remove her site immediately once you had established in your own brain that she'd racially abused a 5-year-old, which, by the way, she admits to doing, right? So you could just do that like that.
Yeah, no, we could do a lot of things, but in the country that we live in, there are certain fabric elements that make this America what it is, and they need to be defended. So
is free speech one of them?
Have upset feelings.
Free speech?
Free speech, freedom of expression.
Really? And yet, how odd? Because Mr. Wells, unless I'm mistaken, you have now removed the ability to comment and removed all the comments on.
So he says he's pro-free speech, and that's why he's allowing people on his platform. So he's applying, whoever talked about free speech applying to the government, and they keep applying to individual, this is what he's doing now, right? So his argument is, I can't remove them. Why would I not let them raise money? Free speech, free speech. I am pro-free speech, so I am letting them use my platform, right? Piers Morgan goes, okay, so why did you remove the comments if you are so free speech, right? Piers Morgan responds to, I couldn't like prevent them from coming on because free speech, but he removed the comments. So Piers Morgan goes, so why did y'all remove the comments if y'all are pro free speech? Listen to this. Listen to this.
And they need to be defended. So
Is free
just
speech
because
one of
people have
them?
upset feelings,
Free speech?
free speech, freedom of expression.
Really? And yet, how odd? Because, Mr.
freedom of
Wells, unless I'm
association.
mistaken, you have now removed the ability to comment and removed all the comments on this particular donation site, haven't you? Where's the free speech rights of those people who commented? Or are you just a hypocrite?
No, well, recognize what free speech is. Free speech is a prohibition against the government enacting.
He's too dumb. He's too dumb to figure out the huge gap in logic. He like the way his brain must have been working over time for him to like completely ignore that, or either his brain is working overtime or not working at all. How can in one breath you're like, because of free speech, I have to let everyone on my platform. Okay, you let everyone on your platform, but why did you remove the comments? If you're so pro free speech, why are you removing comments? He goes, well, actually, free speech does actually apply to me. That is for the government. Oh, so now you know what free speech is. Oh, so now you know that free speech doesn't apply to you, and you can in fact monitor not only the comments on your platform, but who gets to come on your platform, who gets to use your platform. You know exactly that free speech, the idea of free speech, does not prohibit you from limiting people's access to your platform. So now you know that, but before you didn't know that. When free speech does not work in your benefit, you disregard it. But when it's in your benefit, you can't do anything because you need to stick to free speech and free expression. Got it. You know you're dumb and useless, and everyone sees that. The fact that his response to that was literally in the follow-up questioning is wild to me. Like, it blows my mind that you just made a statement, someone follows up with a question about your statement, and you then contradict the logic in your statement, your initial statement, and you don't know. Like, you literally don't know. You don't put those two things together. Like, there's no logical consistency. There's no principle behind it. You're literally a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite, and it was very clear that you're a hypocrite, and I don't think he knows. Like, I don't think he understood what just happened. I actually don't think he understood what just happened to him. Let's rewatch it. Let's rewatch this segment together, and then we'll continue. The problem with, oh, I read this. Thank you, Jeff J. Creative Life, we know that Baby Boy did not have the complexion of protection with his company, period. He's doing everything right now but like owning the fact that he's useless.
In the country that we live in, there are certain fabric elements that make this America what it is, and they need to be defended. So
is free
just
speech
because
one of
people
them?
have upset feelings.
Free speech?
Free speech, freedom of expression.
Really? And yet, how odd? Because, Mr. Wells, unless I'm mistaken, you have now removed the ability to comment and removed all the comments on this particular donation site, haven't you? Where's the free speech rights of those people who commented? Or are you just a hypocrite?
No, well, recognize what free speech is. Free speech is a prohibition against the government enacting laws to prohibit your speech.
You literally just made a speech talking about freedom of expression and free speech, but you have removed all the comments from here. Why are you suppressing and censoring people's right to free speech to comment on these sites?
We have, as a private business, the right to operate our business the way that
you have the right to suppress free speech. I don't dispute it. I'm just curious why you pretend to be this great defender of free speech when you're literally doing the opposite.
No, what we saw very clearly in this situation was a campaign for Carmelo Anthony, and on the back of it, a campaign for Shiloh, and they were competing off of each other, and they were in a cycle of vitriolic tornado of sorts. And we said we need to put some calming effect on this by removing the back and forth element. That's
yeah, this man is stressed. This man is stressed. He don't know what to do. This man literally do not know what, he don't know what to do. It's error message after error message popping up in his brain right now. I'm not sure how he's able to actually move his mouth enough to speak, right? Like, I don't know how he's like, words are coming out, they're just coming out, because none of the words coming out make sense. None, like, he's just talking at this point, because he just got dragged. It is because of free speech and the fabric of our society. That's why I gotta do it. I can't. I support free speech. I am a fighter for free speech, so I cannot with good conscience prohibit them from coming on my platform because of free speech. But you remove the comments. You remove the comments, therefore you're monitoring. You're not a free speech officer. Free speech does not apply to me. It don't apply. First of all, I am a private company that has nothing to do with free speech. I get to yeah, anyway. I never thought I'd be rooting for peers. Artemis Santos, love your content and reaction. Thank you so much. Introverted Butterfly, you have been a member for 37 months. Oh my God, she's great. She's amazing. She's great. Thank you so much. By the way, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I have not eaten in. I'm trying to use this coffee to suppress my appetite, knowing that instead of going straight to bed after, it's going to keep me up. And that is insane. And it's not working as an appetite suppressant. Every time I close my eyes, I see burgers, I see fries. Every time I close my eyes, I see, it's food, girl. It's food. And my office keeps bringing in cakes and cupcakes and like, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. Eat. No, I'm trying to reconnect with my Jesus. The heathens in the chat talking about some God is not real and Christians. As a Christian, I'm trying to connect with my spirituality. And don't listen to anyone in the chat. Anyone from the Discord who speaks, just ignore them. They're lying. It's that simple. They're lying. It is that simple. Do not listen to anyone in the chat who is from the Discord about me not yeah, don't listen to them. It's for Jesus. It's for my connected. I want to have like a transcendental spirit moment.
What's going on in this particular situation? It wouldn't necessarily have happened if these campaigns were completely independent, months, years apart from each other.
As a Christian again, because I'm told that the Give Send Go site for Luigi Mangione, who we saw allegedly executing a healthcare boss in cold blood. I don't think there's much allegedly about it, but we'll let the process take its course. He's got nearly £1 million for his defense via your site. And you know, it's sort of odd, isn't it? Is there not an inconsistency in your Christian position on this? That on the one hand, it really shows your lack of understanding what Christian faith actually stands for. Let me ask you the question. On the one hand, if you want anything pro-abortion on your site, that's a no-no because you're all pro-life. And yet on the other hand, you're helping a bunch of alleged murderers raise millions. Do you not see an inconsistency with your Christian hat on?
Well, it just actually goes to the shallow misconception of Christianity that you have, and I would implore you, peers, to go after read.
That only applies to the government. Free speech only applies to the government.
The Bible for what it says. The number one critique of Jesus
not kill
by the religious
is ringing quite loud in my head.
The number one critique of Jesus by the religious leaders of the day was that he hung around with the prostitutes, the drunkards, and the sinners. He was the guy that went to the lowliest of low places, and he actually shared hope in the midst of the worst places. We find ourselves in a very similar situation, and our goal at Give Send Go is to share hope to people in the.
How much you want to bet this man is going to brothels and strip clubs talking about he's there to spread the word of God? This man in strip clubs talking about
the midst, and part of that is navigating how we do it. We have a prayer team that calls people and prays with them, actually shows them that they're valuable. We have an initiative, like I was mentioning earlier.
All right, but look, the bottom line, look, Mr. Wells,
like,
I appreciate you coming on, but the bottom line is the reality.
I have to show you something. I actually have to show you. No, I don't have to. I don't have to go show you. I don't know why I want to get up. I bought 3 bags of them, those dried mango with spice on it or whatever. And I forgot I can't eat mangoes. There's some fruits you can eat, like that's water, like have more water percentage or whatever. Mango is not one of them. And so I can't eat it. I have 2 of them and I can't eat them till tomorrow. And I was saving them because Blood of Zeus came out yesterday. The final season came out yesterday. And in my head, I was like, oh, I'm going to order tteokbokki and I have my dried mangoes. Like all I've been imagining is food. For the last 2 days, I close my eyes and I only see food. I saw this. I had this. What is it? I forgot what it's called. It's like smoked salmon pizza, where it's like the smoked salmon strip on like the pizza bread, and you have caviar on top of it. And I've only had that once. And for some reason, it just popped in my head today. And like, I could not get it out. And like, I walk and I'm like thinking about burgers and like fries and like kind of the absolute worst kind of food. So I'm actually kind of worried tomorrow when I'm going to be eating normally. I'm worried if this is going to all be for naught. So I've been stressed. I'm stressed. So yeah, I ordered a bunch of food to have a movie night by myself tonight, and I realized I can't eat any of it. So that.
Of the situation is if you racially abuse a kid, you can become a millionaire on your site and you won't stop it happening. And if you kill somebody or allegedly kill somebody, you won't stop that happening either. But with your Christian hat on, if somebody wants to put anything up that's pro-abortion, whoa, not having that, Gov. And if you want to put a comment under one of these more contentious sites, your free speech rule immediately collapses.
Listen, I'm sorry, Pierce, if you can't recognize that children don't have a voice and they should be protected.
What about the voice of this? What about the
why are you not eating? It is a very spiritual thing, right? Like I think it's important that every now and then we engage with spirituality in a meaningful way. And so I just, as a Christian, do not listen to anyone in the chat. Only listen to me. This is my this is my truth. I think as a Christian, I think it's important that we engage deeply, and we discipline and like all of that. So yeah. Why do people fast? In Christianity, we fast so we can hear God and we can like engage with things. Like you don't eat because you want to like hear God. I think I don't know something. In Christianity, there's a thing where you fast. I think you fast and why do people? Sorry, I'm gonna Google something. I probably should have Googled this before I said it. Let me Google. Why do people fast as Christians? Yeah, so I'm fasting because I want to have like more spiritual discipline. I'm seeking guidance about my life also. And I want to show my seriousness to my life and response to life events and renewed some kind of perspective about something. So that's why. Man.
That happening either, but with your Christian hat on, if somebody wants to put anything up that's pro-abortion, whoa, not having that, Gov. And if you want to put a comment under one of these more contentious sites, your free speech rule immediately collapses.
Listen, I'm sorry, Pierce, if you can't recognize that children don't have a voice and they should be protected.
What about the voice of this? What about the voice of this little 5-year-old black kid? Where was his right not to be racially abused?
He doesn't have a campaign on Give, Send, Go. I would love to see a campaign for him on Give, Send, Go. He
Okay.
doesn't have a campaign on Give, Send,
All right.
Go. But to the deeper question of the other campaigns, if you think undermining the presumption of innocence until proven guilty in a court of law is a good position to take, well, so be it. That's why we find ourselves in the mess as a society that we have found ourselves in, is because people continue to undermine the principles that our country was founded upon for the sake of some type of social outrage, which apparently is what seems like you're parroting towards us.
Okay, let's just assume that the viewers can make their own minds up about who's parroting what here. But I appreciate you coming on, Mr. Wells. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pierce.
Okay, let's go back.
So I've never been in support of Pierce Morgan in the way that I was in support of Pierce Morgan there. He dragged that man for filth, and I appreciate every single second of it.
To the panel there. I mean, Ricky, it seemed to me a lot of inconsistencies in Mr. Wells's position, not least the donning of the Christian hat when it suits them, but then removing it when it doesn't.
You know, I think it's definitely tough to make the call here and there and where to censor. I err on the side of not censoring as much as possible, but I agree with you that the selectivity of having issues with abortion, but not with these campaigns is certainly a problem. But I also want to go back to our point before too, and make the point that I hate this argument that because some people were tribal, we should be tribal too. And shouldn't we want to live in a society where we say tribalism is bad in general and negative in general, and so therefore we should be erring towards individualism and not fighting tribalism with more tribalism? I think that's a net negative.
I agree. Myron, your last words on this.
Okay. Oh, because I never respond to Myron's other.
The thing with tribalism.
Yeah. How are y'all? What y'all eating? What are y'all eating though, by the way? Girl, he talking for a long time too. I don't know, like, ain't nobody got kicked here.
What's on this?
This repeated use of the word, I think, first of all, I would just register that as offensive, particularly someone who doesn't identify as a member of that community and who is not, right? I think that's incredibly
I'm the definition of African American. I'm the definition of African American.
And troublesome, and to as a Sudanese American or an outsider who's using African American in a very technical term, the same way that Elon Musk is an African American, I think it is a bit disingenuous. But the bigger issue here, I think, is that this idea of equating of one side to the other side often loses track of this issue of power. To use as example, when Black people stand up and say, "Hey, let's build our own stuff. Hey, let's have a Black power movement," that is not the same as a white power. I'll let you speak uninterrupted. Let me finish, please. My Sudanese brother. So when a Black person says, "Hey, let's preserve our culture," I have no problem with Italians or Irish people or anyone else saying, "Let's preserve our culture." But when we don't talk about ethnicity, but actual race, and white people say, "Let's preserve whiteness," it's an exclusionary practice. It's about preserving laws and practices and tactics that do harm to other people. A Black power movement was about opening stores and building businesses. A white power movement was a white power. A white power movement was about something very, 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 very different. A white power movement included lynchings and included Ku Klux Klan, etc. So let's not pretend that these are opposite sides of the same coin. When white people say, "Let's save our country," even using language of our country, when Black people built this thing, when you say,
I'm not sure who he's talking to. Honest to God, I don't know who he's talking to. I don't know who Marc Lamont Hill is talking to. Who among them don't know? Who in the audience don't know? This is wild to me, this take. He's not wrong, it's just like weird. Try add signature water, suppress your appetite. I will try that. I've been doing this. Coffee worked yesterday, and this morning I felt so good. Like I felt good, like nothing felt wrong. I didn't feel hungry. I was like, good. And then I had a kiwi, mind the business, and afterwards, like later, I'm just like I feel like I'm starving. like right now, I actually feel like I'm starving. Okay, I'm a little stressed.
say that, you're talking about forcing people out of the country. You're talking about laws that discriminate. You're talking about doing harm to people. Let's not pretend these are the same thing. Just like these GoFundMe campaigns are not the same thing. I'm okay if everybody gets out of the GoFundMe industrial complex. I'd love that. But let's not pretend that supporting someone for a fair trial is the same thing as supporting a grown white woman berating and calling the N-word to a 5-year-old autistic Black child. And the fact that everyone in here can't be unanimous in condemning that says exactly how they're not the same.
I totally agree. I'm going to go to Lily Gaddis and just ask you one more time. I mean, you've been so unashamedly proud of being a racist today, proud of using the N-word whenever you feel like it. You've had a bit of time to think about this. Is that how you want people to leave this panel debate? We're thinking of you as a disgusting racist?
I don't really
I actually really like the framing of that question. Do you want people to continue to think of you as a disgusting, degenerate, useless racist? Answer that. Fasting is great for improving spiritual energy. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I am really trying to like connect to my spiritual energies. You know what I mean? Spiritual energies. Yeah, no. Yeah. I know. I agree with you, the architect. I agree.
I don't really care what people think about me. As long as you care about what people think about you, you have no power and you lose your country. What I care about is freedom of speech. And if you're not allowed to say the most offensive things in this country, you do not have freedom of speech. I don't care what anybody says. So that's the main crux of this situation. That's what I care about with this situation. It is, we have lived for far too long in a country where you can have your life destroyed. And people say, oh, she doesn't need this money. Her life's destroyed, by the way. She'll never be able to get another job. She's got children to have to support. And I don't want to live in a country where you can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which, by the way, Black people can say things to white people all the time and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this. I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamed.
Blah, blah, blah. Sure. Whatever. Back to me. Back to me. No. This is nothing I'm saying is advice, so whatever. But my nutritionist was like, once you don't go over 3 days fasting, you're fine. So do not worry about me. I'm just a big baby being annoying. I promise I'm completely fine. And I do it. I don't want y'all to worry. This is all it's fine. I promise I'm fine. I wouldn't hurt myself intentionally.
Shamedly, and you will
go on,
not
then
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M.
not have
Go on,
free
go on. Say the M word.
This is where, Marc Lamont is about to crash out. Marc Lamont Hill is about to crash out as a Christian, period. I didn't see yours. I'm so sorry.
Go on.
No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word. That's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say.
I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm annoyed with him or proud of him. I don't like him crashing out. I get. I don't know. Honest to God, I don't have a take. I like that he called the dusty one over there and Uncle Tom. Period. Even in his crashing out, he can crash out. But I don't know how I feel about this. I don't. Yeah. What do y'all feel about? How do y'all feel about this? I don't know how I feel about this. This is my title. This is my title. Thank you. Your title is accurate. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like this is Marc Lamont Hill at his lowest that I've seen him, but also I understand it. I understand the frustration, but he's still on the platform when he could have been left when he knows he's among racists. I don't know. Let's go back. Let's see the crash out again. I don't know how I feel about it.
Situation. It is, we have lived for far too long in a country where you can have your life destroyed and people say, oh, she doesn't need this money. Her life's destroyed, by the way. She'll never be able to get another job. She's got children to have to support. And I don't want to live in a country where you can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which, by the way, Black people can say things to white people all the time and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this. I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly. And you will
go on,
not
then
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M.
not have
Go on,
free
go on. Say the M word. Go on.
No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do, but we already know she's racist, and I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there. Thank you all very much.
I thought I had an opinion, and I do have notes that I why do I take notes that I don't use? I don't ever be using my notes. Anyway, I don't actually know my opinion anymore. Like, I would be upset, but I would just leave. I think I would have disrespected everyone who ever believed in anything that I've ever done by putting me up there, because I'm going to be uncouth and I'm going to leave without explaining that I'm leaving. As soon as he said, go ahead, do it, I would have been, well, first, I would have been gone. I would not have been on the panel in the first place if I am Marc Lamont Hill. If I'm Dr. Hill, I am not there, right? But let's say I made it all the way to the end, and then I hear Piers Morgan asking a self-proclaimed racist who uses the N-word to say the N-word, and I have the capacity to just turn off my computer. Oh, I'm gone. I don't think I'm going to crash out, but I understand the crash out, and I respect it. Do I respect it? Because it's almost like you're begging him to be respectful. Like, it feels like there's a part of it that feels like you're begging Piers Morgan to respect your humanity by not having her say the N-word. And I think Piers Morgan is daring her to show how racist she is, but you're there, so he should have already not be willing to do that, but then you're begging him to respect your humanity by not asking a self-proclaimed racist to say the N-word. Maybe because I like Marc Lamont Hill, I'm willing to give him. Because I feel like I probably would have dragged anyone else about, like, why are you there crashing out begging a white? I would have. Am I being a hypocrite? No, I respect it. No, I respect it. Go off, drag the coon, drag the racist, drag the host. It's fine. I respect it. I think my ultimate decision on my feelings is that I get it. I get why he crashed out. I get it. It's fine. It's like saving someone's life at a party you snuck out the house going to. Yeah. Yeah, I do find it to be I'm sure there are people up here. Do I want to open the panel? Because he does come back. Marc Lamont came back and he explained. Marc Lamont Hill came back and explained it. Let's hear. Let's hear him explain this.
And subscribe. You're watching the Marc Lamont Hill official YouTube channel.
Peace, family. This is your brother, Marc Lamont Hill. I'm here today to talk about something that happened on the Piers Morgan.
Open the panel. Okay, I will open the panel. You said open the panel, I will, and we will discuss this. The one thing I have is you do not disrespect Dr. Hill. Nope. So, Coco the attorney, I'm going to ask you, if I say no disrespecting Dr. Hill, is that something, should I still open the panel? Because I'm just going, if you disrespect him, I'm going to just remove you. Not you, obviously, but anyone who disrespect him, I'm just going to remove them. No, Marc Lamont Hill always looks stressed and tired. I wish someone would tell him to drink some water and, wait, what video? Give me 2 seconds. 1 second. 1 second. See, no, absolutely. The panel will remain closed. The Coco said I should leave the panel closed. No, I like Marc Lamont Hill, but yes, he does need to drink water. He does need to get his skincare under control. I think it is absolutely diabolical. I think it is absolutely diabolical. All right, I have two videos. I found the videos, Sin. I found the videos. Found the videos you sent. I'll play them in a minute. And Matthew McConaughey. Wait, let me find the first one. Fasting triggers. Sorry. I have my nutritionist told me about new cells developing and like the cell turnover. So I'm trying to find that, but I can't find that email. I was going to show you something because you said exactly word for word what my nutritionist said. I used to have a crush on Marc Lamont Hill and Hill Hopper. I could not stand Hill Hopper. Oh my God, I disliked Hill Hopper. I felt like he just wanted to be Obama so bad. I thought Hill Hopper just everywhere Hill Hopper went, Hill Hopper would shout. Hill Hopper would shout, "Oh my God, you know, Obama and I used to go to Harvard to go shut up. Ain't nobody got time for you." But I get what you're saying. I understand Hill Hopper's appeal. I understand Hill Hopper's appeal. I just really disliked him. I don't know why. I'm a hater. I was a hater. All right, let me be clear. With Hill Hopper specifically, I was being a hater. I think that's the truth. I think it was the truth. With Hill, there was no reason for me to dislike Hill Hopper. I was just a hater. I was just a hater. I was just a hater. Because I would watch his interviews and be mad. So yeah, I would just be mad. It's fine. And Matthew McConaughey with the father. All right, let's get into this. I wanted to. Funny enough, I feel like Marc Lamont Hill is more your type, not Hill Hopper. I feel like, am I wrong? Is Marc Lamont Hill Sin? Is Marc Lamont Hill more your type or Hill Hopper? Sin, you're gonna have to pick one. Marc Lamont Hill or Hill Hopper? Hill Hopper feel like he was trying too hard. I ain't afraid. Well, if I'm a hater, I'm a hater. I'll tell you I'm a hater. Yes, I was a hater of Hill Hopper. Yeah. Hill Hopper definitely gave the no, that ain't right. That ain't right. I shouldn't say that. Period. 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 We see what's that? Hill Hopper, the actor. Well, it worked for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, well, let's look up Hill Hopper now, because y'all playing in people's faces. Hill Hopper. Let me do 2025. Don't play with Marc Lamont Hill. Do not. this is what. Do not play. Do not play. Do not play with my. All right, we done. We done. We're done. We're done. We're done. To be fair, Hill Hopper ain't never done anything to me. I'm just a hater. I'm just a hater of Hill Hopper. It is what it is. Like, that man ain't done nothing but be a good person, I think. I've never heard a bad thing about Hill Hopper, so I need to stop. Hill Hopper look like he's stressed, girl.
Show last night. I was on Piers, as I often am, to discuss issues around race, issues around society.
But yeah, no, sorry. Marc Lamont Hill does look like he needs to rest, right? He needs to drink water, and I will give him my skincare routine because I think my skincare routine is elite. My skincare routine. Because I'm gonna need Marc Lamont Hill to step his game up. I need someone to invest in his backdrop. I think Marc Lamont Hill, there's no reason Marc Lamont Hill should look like Dr. Hill, should look like he just rolled out of bed and turned on his flip phone to record a YouTube video. There's no reason. I hope you know that it's all love from me to you, Dr. Hill. I hope that you understand that it's all love from me to you. There is no reason you and I should look like we have the same quality YouTube channel. There is no reason. There is no reason you and I should look like we're starting off at the same point. You need a good background. I feel like a lot of us believe that the process isn't important, that the product, the substance of what we're saying is important. Yes, the substance is important, but I need you to show us that you care about this YouTube channel and invest in like a small corner of your home that looks like something beautiful and go there. Don't just throw it in front of her face, please. I mean, you don't have to take my advice. You're much... I just feel like you should. I think that the way you do things matter. But yeah, I do think you need some moisturizer and a lot of moisturizer, some rest. This man is working overtime. I don't like that for him. Oh, I'm being dead. This, by the way, is why I don't have friends. This right here is why. Because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. And I think there is no... Marc Lamont Hill is probably like 50-something. He looks really, really young for 50-something or whatever. I don't know what his age is, but he looks like he could be 37. He looks like he could be like anywhere from 35, a hard 35 though, but 35 to like 42, right? All he needs to do is take care of his skin. All he needs to do is take care of his skin. And I must say it because it is what it is.
And, it's often controversial. We often don't agree, and I often leave frustrated. But this time was different. For once, me and Piers weren't even on a different side of the aisle. Me and Piers were basically agreeing. But the conversation revolved around this white woman who was caught on tape using the N-word against a 5-year-old.
No. The reason you think that is probably because of how poorly he treats his skin. But no, he does not look. And this is why y'all will not get a voice up here. This is why the panel will not be. This is why I'm not going to open this panel. This is why I'm not going to open this panel. I thought he was my age, 45. Yeah, no, he looks like he's anywhere. Like, I could believe anything from like 35 to like 45, right? Like, I just think that he needs like, I think he's just tired. I think he's tired. I think that, can I be honest? I feel really bad for him. And that, yeah, stop doing the age thing. I feel bad because I do remember when he was this new intellectual that was like on the rise, and then everything just crumbled. And it is sad because I think he created this black book store, and he is running this thing, and he was teaching at Morehouse, and he was on CNN, and he was just doing it. And I think everything just kind of crumbled all at once. And I think he is like obviously putting it back together because he's him. And I don't know. I just that takes a toll. I don't think he probably has the time to like have a nighttime routine, a morning time routine. The man is fighting. He's fighting for his life, and he looked drained. He does look drained, and that's unfortunate. We don't get to have the soft appearance. We don't get to have the like skincare routine. We don't get to like show up and zip it and do it because we have to work. I'm just thinking beside it. I'm just thinking, look, Marc Lamont Hill, if you want some skincare routine, if you want a good skincare routine, it worked for me. You and I are about the same complexion, the same color. I am there, free of charge. One Skype, and I'll give you everything my mom told me.
Black autistic child. And no one, oh, no, let me take that back. Piers wasn't disagreeing that that was wrong. He was just asking the question, you know, what does it mean for there to be a GoFundMe for this woman, a GoFundMe, which is worth now over $500,000 for this white woman. At the same time, of course, there's a GoFundMe for Carmelo Anthony, the young man who's accused of stabbing a white, or he's charged with murder now, not just stabbing, but with murder, for killing a white classmate, which he says was in self-defense. And so we were having a debate about, are the GoFundMes the same? Obviously, the people who are supporting Carmelo Anthony aren't saying, yeah, go out there and stab somebody. The people who are supporting Carmelo Anthony are saying, hey, we think he was wrongfully charged. There's more to this story. It was self-defense. It wasn't an act of aggression. We want to investigate the case, and the GoFundMe is used to build a legal defense. That's very different than the people who are.
The fact that is he taping from a microwave? Like, is that look at it? Is he taping from? Wait.
I mean, this white woman. They're not saying she's wrongfully accused. They're not saying she's real.
Yeah. What kind of no? Does he have a team? Does he have a team? I don't like how thrown together his stuff looks. I don't like how thrown together his stuff looks. I don't like how thrown together. I don't like the orange couch. I don't like the orange wall. I don't like the pen game shirt. I can't see your like all of this is a problem. And I think you should take this seriously. I take you seriously, so you need to take this seriously. I actually really am annoyed by this. I didn't realize fully why I don't watch, but he does not put enough effort into presentation. I get it. As an academic, he probably absolutely hates caring about aesthetics. But I just don't understand. Because even a bunch of books that he's read behind him would work. Like, just like put a bookshelf up and sit in front of it, girl. Something like the aesthetic matters. Yeah, it gives he doesn't care. And then if the question is, why should I? Or we? I don't like this. You need to step it up. You do need to step it up. This is not cute. You're serving Black people. When you serve Black people, you have to come with your A game. Black people deserve for you to provide effort. You need to put effort into the presentation.
Wrote it. They're saying she did it. And if you read the comments, they're saying, yo, she should be able to use the N-word. And so we have this conversation. I don't know who's coming on. I don't usually ask on debating because, to be honest, it don't matter. I feel confident that I'm a defeat bad arguments no matter who makes them. I'm going to defend my side no matter who's talking to me. But I find out it's Myron Gaines. You know, some of y'all know him from the Fresh and Fit podcast. I don't know much about him, but everything I've seen has been disgusting. I've seen him and his crew have physically attacked a woman, a black woman, of course. I've seen him say anti-Semitic slurs. Not just slurs, but just the worst anti-Semitic shit. I've seen him say the worst things about black women, the worst things about black communities, black people. And of course, he's not a black American. He just pretends to be one. His name isn't even Myron Gaines, but he pretends to be one so that he can make conservatives happy. And it looks like, oh, here's a black man finally speaking the truth about his people. He ain't our people. Like they say, they ain't like us. He ain't like us. And I was on with this white TikToker. What is her name? She's so unimportant.
You don't get to do that now. That's the problem. You don't get to say, oh, he's useless, he's not like us, he runs this dusty podcast, and there's this other TikToker, he's not important. You are sitting amongst them. You don't get to do that, unfortunately. No. No, I agree with you. But you don't get to do that. You don't get to pretend like you're better than them. You are. I promise you, you are better than them. I don't care. I don't care how that sounds. You are a million times better than them. But you don't get to do that when you sat up there and lowered yourself to be with them. That's insane to me.
Don't want to give her credit by saying her name, but I will, because one, I want to be accurate, and two, I want people to know that she's trash. You know what I mean? So her name is Lily. What is her name? I just had it in front of me, but Lily Gaddis. Lily Gaddis is her name, and we're going back and forth. I'm explaining to them why what they're saying is stupid. I'm explaining to them how absurd it is that we're even having a debate about whether you should call a 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word. I mean, what are we talking about? But at the end of the debate, at the end of what was basically a 1-hour conversation, Piers is still pressing this woman about the N-word. Earlier in the show, she said, yes, I use the N-word. She said, I use the N-word. I say it freely. She said, I am a racist. She did not deny that. At the end, though, it got even worse. Piers was trying to really point out that she was a racist. He was trying to really show who and what she was about. And so Piers invites her, dares her really, is probably a better way of saying it, to use the N-word. Here's what he said. Check this out.
And I don't want to live in a country where you can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which, by the way, black people can say things to white people all the time and they never get canceled. There's no backlash about this. I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly. And you will
go
not
on,
have
say it. Say the N-word. Go on, say the N-word. Go on.
No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say. Let me pause for a minute, because this is where it's crazy to me. My head was spinning. I already had to hear Myron Gaines say all this wild shit about black people. I already had to hear the slurs or the stereotypes. I already had to hear the lies and the disrespect of black people. I already had to watch all of that ridiculousness. But now he's saying, go ahead, use the N-word. Now, I think two things are going on in Piers Morgan's mind right here. Thing number one, I want to see if I can get her to really put a spotlight on her own racist self. I want to show the world how fucked up she is. I think that is on his list. I don't think it's number one on his list, but I think it's on his list. I think number one is, if I can get this white woman to say the N-word, if I can get this white woman to say nigger on national television, international television, the ratings are going to be crazy. And I know some of y'all are like, what are you doing in that situation? As he's saying, I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't expect that. I already didn't expect to be all a self-identified white racist. Piers says he didn't know that she was a racist. And I've never known anything about Myron Gaines, so I didn't expect that either. But then it gets stupid. And I had to respond. Here's what I did.
Go on.
No, don't you do it, Piers. Don't tell me to hang on. No, it's your show. I don't care. Not now. Not with this.
No. Stop pausing and giving us context. Give us the full crash out. So we see he's softening the blow of the crash out, because it is slightly embarrassing, but it's okay. We understand. I understand. Talking about you don't care if it's his show. You care if it's his show. You were begging him not to. No, I don't want to use the word beg. You were asking him politely to not have the woman say the N-word.
Invite this woman to say a racially harmful term to me, because I'm the only one here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word. That's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. Now, pause again. You see their faces? This loser's smiling.
Wait, what? Marc was defending down low the sodomizer Shannon Sharp. The other. No, send me that video. Please send me that video.
And laughing, and she's happy as hell. Right? Now, I know y'all saying I gave them the satisfaction because I got angry. I didn't get angry, by the way. This isn't me angry. Anybody knows I'm not actually angry. I'm being animated because I needed to stress this. That's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here. And to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. Now, people say you call him Uncle Tom. I did.
I don't like it. I do not like it. I figure out now why I don't like it as he's reacting to it. You just gave him, Piers Morgan, the viral moment. He did not get the viral moment from her saying the N-word. He got it from you. And it was anger. It was anger saying, "Oh, you were angry. That's okay." But you gave them your anger. You gave them what they want. They were fishing for it, and you gave it to them. Actually, I don't like it now. Good. I figure out why. I was trying to figure out, like, because I understand it, I appreciate it, and also when you're angry, and some things you just can't control, and he just unloaded on them. But you did give them that which they were looking for. You did. You did give them what they were looking for. Is it justified? I guess we can talk about that, but you did give them what they were looking for.
I never call people Uncle Toms on TV. I don't believe that because somebody's conservative or because somebody is on the right or because somebody has a different opinion than me, that they are an Uncle Tom or that they're a sellout, even if I don't agree with their politics. This dude, I think, is a sellout and an Uncle Tom because, for one, the entire conversation, he's referring to blacks as those people, you people, them, they. He does not identify as one of us, and he shouldn't. He's not a Black American. He is a fake Black American. I'm not even making some kind of nativist claim here. This isn't like, you're not Black enough to be. No. I'm saying something different. I'm saying that he is Sudanese. He is literally not from America. And if you ask him, even on the show, what he says is, "I'm African American." Yeah, he's African American. He says in the true sense. Yeah, he's African American in the way that Elon Musk is African American. He's from South Africa and he's American citizenship, I guess, or whatever, right? So this man, whose name is not Myron Gaines, it's Amadou Fadl, is not a Black American, but he pretends to be a Black American so that when he talks shit about Black Americans, and I don't even know if he's American, to be honest, but when he talks shit about them, it looks like it's coming from the inside. And that's why I don't respect it. He is literally a Sudanese immigrant who comes to the United States and pretends to be a Black American and then says, "We Black Americans ain't shit." And when he gets really in his bag, he says, "Those people ain't shit." That's why I call him an Uncle Tom. And even here, you see he's holding up a flag. It got blurred out, but that flag says nigger on it, Nigger. The flag, he had a nigger flag in the tuck. Nobody who's not Uncle Tom has a nigger ER flag in the tuck. Just say it.
You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, "Please use a Jewish slur in front of the Jew." It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Pierce. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know
Marc,
I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you.
So I mentioned the Jewish thing. I think that's an important point to make. No one would say, "Hey, we think you're an anti-Semite." "Oh, you are an anti-Semite? Well, call this Jewish person next to me a Jewish slur." "Oh, you're homophobic? Call this gay person next to me a homophobic slur." "Oh, whatever the thing is." Like, why would we invite that? And if you would do that, then that's even worse. I don't think they would, but I think there's something about Black people in the N-word that white people still feel some sense of ownership over or desire to have ownership over, where they're like, "Oh, yeah, you gotta let me have a little access to it. If I can't say it, at least let me get this white woman to say it." And for what? She's already said I use the N-word. She's already said I'm a racist. Making her say it on national TV does not expose her anymore. It does not out her anymore. All it does is get ratings, and I will not allow myself to be used in that way on this program. I will not.
He wanted to use her to get ratings. I will not allow myself to be used in that way. Who gonna tell him? Who gonna tell Marc Lamont Hill about being used for ratings? Who gonna tell him? Is someone gonna tell Marc Lamont Hill that he was in fact used for ratings? And he gave them, like, all right, girl.
Allow racial harm to be invited to me for your benefit. That's where I get frustrated, right? Because now all of a sudden, as a Black person, I'm just an object here. I'm just a thing sitting here, and you can just say, "Oh, call Marc a nigger." I bet you won't. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? Now again, I don't think that was Pierce's intent. But Myron ain't up there as representing the victim of niggerdom. These two white women aren't, and the white woman on the right, by the way, was fighting a good fight. She really was. Lily was trash, but the other one was fighting a good fight. In fact, she sent me a wonderful note. Good people. And Pierce ain't Black. So yeah, you don't get to decide or tell me to hang on. I don't care who show it is when you tell somebody to start using language like that. So that's how it went down.
Let's go to the left here. And to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, "Please use a Jewish slur in front of the Jew." It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Pierce. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist. And I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there. Thank you all.
Now I gotta say, this might be the first or maybe second time in TV history.
I get what this is. He understands what happened. He no one has to tell him. He understood. He's embarrassed. Chin up, King. Chin up, King. Keep your head up, King. Just keep your head up. You got this. He's embarrassed. I know what this is. Me explaining to my mom why an A- was on my card instead of an A, and like it's the teacher's fault. I could have done. It's not. It's yeah. I just yeah. I get it. It's fine. He understands. He fully understands. He fully understands that he gave them the moment. He does. What he's trying to do is saying that he prevented a bigger moment. He prevented a more harmful moment. By giving them that moment, he prevented something bigger. And this is the first time Pierce acquiesced to someone or whatever, right? He's trying to sell this as something good. And I'm gonna pretend like I believe and I agree. And yeah, Mark, you did that. Woo!
Where I said where I said something to a host who disagrees with me in general, and they said, you know what, I'll stand down. I got to give Piers respect for standing down. I got to give Piers respect for saying, you know what, I hear you. I think he really hurt me in that moment. I don't think Piers thought about it, and I think in that moment it hit him, and he said, you know what, this is crazy. Let me stop. I respect the Piers Morgan for that. I don't like the choice.
Pierce respected me and cared for me is nasty. Piers Morgan respected me and cared for me is absolutely diabolical and nasty work. But period, you better come through, Mark.
You made, Piers, to do it, but I love the fact that you stood down on it and didn't invite more. That was dope. As far as the rest of this shit, man, like I'm good. But I just want to say we have to do this. We have to stand up for ourselves. We have to assert our dignity. We have to assert our self-respect. We cannot allow people, especially our open enemies, to disrespect us or to use that type of language of harm. And people say, well, why are you getting so hung up on the N-word? I'm not that hung up on the N-word. Right? I'm not religious about a word. I'm not flying out of my seat like I was going to roll up in a ball and cry because somebody said it. That ain't what it is. There was an attempt to be disrespectful here. There was an attempt to inflict racial harm. And whether I am personally going to fly, jump out of a building when it happens is irrelevant. The point is, no one has a right to do that, and they damn sure ain't got a right to do that. And so I had to stand up and say, no, not here, not in front of me, not on my watch. And we have to do that, unfortunately, as oppressed people, because if we don't, they'll do anything to us. We have to assert our dignity. We have to assert our self-respect, and that's all I was trying to do. And I want to let y'all know that. So thank y'all for watching. Check me tonight on Night School. I air Night School every night here on the Marc Lamont Hill official YouTube channel.
He is talking quickly. Anyway, I see what Marc Lamont is doing now. I caught it too late. That was my bad. So that's that on that. I've decided that I'm not going to open the panel. I've decided I'm not going to open the panel. I might come live on Saturday. If I finish my outline in time and record in time, I will come live and we can discuss something else because I did want to talk to y'all because I'm going to be up all night. I'm trying to not drink this, but I'm about to drink it because I'm hungry. I won't be able to sleep. All right. But I got 2 clips from Sin, and I don't know what they were about. My husband mad at me because I asked the lady that he cheated on me with to move in with. Hello. Wait. I'm going to play this. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm about to go. In to the after show because we're gonna watch both these videos in the after show. We finna watch both the videos in the after show. I was 12 seconds in and left the video when Mark implied that wide hip Shannon Sharp was under attack from Tony Busby, who he claimed went after Jay-Z, and that was proven innocent. No, I have to see the full clip. I have to see because I want what these men said, context. All right. So I will not give a full conclusion on the Marc Lamont Hill saga yet. I will wait to see the clip because if he says some foolishness about Shannon Sharp, he gonna get dragged. It's that simple. If Marc Lamont Hill defends Shannon Sharp, he's getting dragged. It's just it's that simple. But the jury is still out. I slightly buy his argument and discomfort in response to his performance this week. I do not buy why he's going on Joe Budden. I think he's going on there for money, but I think everyone needs money in a capitalistic system. If he stands by his principles, I hope that he can teach some people some things, but we'll see. All right. Now let's go into after show and watch this foolishness in a minute. I'm probably going to cut these videos, but bye. All right, so the first video My husband mad at me because I asked the lady that he cheated on me with to move in with us. If this is what is going to be said in this video, I don't care what your opinion is. This is a low self-esteem having weird thing to have done. You can leave. The fact that you don't leave is wild to me. It is not a flex. You're not showing anyone anything. You're not proving anything to anyone. If you're there, inviting her to come live with you is a wild thing to do. All I see is I am too low self-esteem to leave. So instead, I'm giving him the opportunity to cheat more on me. And he's probably going to go cheat on other people with me. You talk about, oh, the woman he cheated on me with. If you cheat once, I'm going to assume you're cheating fully. I'm gonna just assume you've been cheating. Are you gonna invite all the women he's cheating on you with in? Wild. So let's hear. I actually have no clue. I have zero clue what this woman is about to say. I just responded to the title thingamabob. Let's hear it.
Y'all, so please tell me why I found out that my husband was cheating on me. But instead of being mad, I actually got in touch with the lady who he is cheating on me with and told her that she might as well just move in because it looks like he's not going to stop talking to her. He then gets mad at me because I called her and told her that she can move in with us. Yes, ma'am, you can. I'm not mad. Hey, listen, take the load off of me. First of all, his sex is whack. I'm tired of having sex with him anyway. So I can do the dishes, take care of the kids, clean the house, and you can have sex with him like how y'all been doing. Now he is mad at me because he's saying I shouldn't have did that. You shouldn't have been cheating. But now that you're cheating and I found out about it, why am I mad? I'm not mad, sir. How you mad because I'm not mad? That's crazy. Sir, let the lady come and stay with us and we could be one big happy family. Ain't nobody got to know. Y'all, so please.
Are you not absolutely embarrassed? This is actually embarrassing. The fact that you think that is a flex, that you think you're winning right now is weird. So anything to stay in that dusty marriage. I heard you say no one got to know. So you don't like him, you don't like sleeping with him, you don't like being with him, but you're about to stay in a marriage that you don't like, where he cheated on you, and you're going to make it more convenient for him, and you think it's a win because he pretends. You think it's a win because he pretended to be upset that you are giving him what he wants. You're like, I will cook and clean and whatever, and then the value of marriage might be too high. It might actually be too. It is insane to me. It is the height of stupidity to come sit on the internet. I'm hungry. Oh. Wait. I'm hungry. Maybe this is my hunger talking. Maybe this is my hunger talking. Let's see. Let me find if there is grace anywhere for her. Any grace. Let's speak. Ain't no grace there. Ain't no grace there. There's literally no grace. You are just sitting up there, and because you don't want to be without a man, because your life depends on a man, because you're there worshiping this man, you can talk about how it's whack this and whack that. You're not about to leave him. Therefore, it's good enough for you to stay. It is good enough for you to stay, and you're willing to stay to be in a relationship with a cheating man, talking about you're going to invite her. You think that is a flex? She probably thought we were going to be like, oh, you got him, girl. You got him. You're going to move the side chick in. You're going to move the side chick in. Oh, my God. Someone said rage bait. Yeah, you know what? Let's move on. Let's go to this foolishness here.
On the bear thing then. You would say if somebody picks the bear over a man, that would not be like sexist, and you understand why a woman would pick bear.
Sure.
My question is, let's say if we and would you say that comes down to safety?
Factually, yeah.
Right, women pick bear because they are afraid that the man might essay them and kill them or whatever it is, whereas the bear
might just kill them or not
but
do
they're not
anything.
going to like essay them, right? So it's like a safety assessment. It comes down to safety. But so if somebody, for example, if the question changes and the question becomes, would you rather come across a random black person or a random bear in the woods, and they pick bear over black person, would you say they're a racist?
Well, it would depend. Who are they afraid of in the woods? Who is committing the
it wouldn't matter
violence
if
there?
it was a black woman or a black man, they'd still pick the bear.
I think no, wait a second. I think it's weird though, because like,
how's it weird?
Because black women aren't committing like massive rates of violence or crime. I'm not going to deny.
The majority of men aren't, like, it's a very small portion. Sure, I would agree.
If we look at the overwhelming majority,
right, but you're.
He's so dumb. He want to be racist. Yo, what is up with these new racists? Yeah, what is up with, why are they so dumb? Like, at least, look, the argument would have been more useful. And so let me explain what's happening. The person at the bottom dragging dusty, big face, puffer face, under eyeliner, this weak A, nothing A, B word of a man with his under eye wider than the rest of his body, looking like he can't sleep and also need to drink water. He got the opposite of what Marc Lamont Hill got, right? So instead of being able to drag on racism, introducing black women made it impossible for him to win the argument. Black women are not here unaliving people at all, right? Black women are not out here unaliving people, right? Because of that, this man down here gets an out, pointing out if you choose the beer over black women, statistically, that does not make sense unless you're a racist, useless person. When women are choosing the beer over men, they're talking about assault in various forms, right? And that makes sense as a rhetorical engagement, a device for debating, a means for starting a cultural conversation about rape and rape culture, how women are disproportionately being treated and mistreated, rather, by men, abused by men, unalived by men, right? It opens a conversation about why, right? When you limit the conversation and try to flip it and say, what if we say men or white people were like, I don't want to pass a black woman because they might hurt me. Yeah, that's not an argument. Statistically, that's not going to happen. Statistically, that's literally not going to happen. But he's such an idiot, he probably couldn't formulate the thought and limit it to black men in the way he wanted to make it as racist as he wanted it to be. He could not, the idiot could not use the stats the way he wanted to. And even if he used the black men stat, it wouldn't be useful in the same way because it would only apply to black women. The crimes that occur in the black community, or rather, the crimes that occur from black men, the unaliving, the assault, they disproportionately happen intra-racially. Yes, it happens outside sometimes, but majority of them happen because of proximity. As every research will tell you, a dusty, useless, disgusting, degenerate self, the fact that he can't even engage with statistics in order to make his dusty argument is annoying. These new racists are too dumb for my liking. No, the new racists are too dumb for me. The new racists, girl, y'all need to step your cookie up before they crumble. It's easy to do the conversation with men and women because of how much men harm women. That's why it's super easy to do the analysis around men harming women. It's hard to do it by race. It's literally impossible to do it by race. And if you're doing it by race, you gotta exclude one of the genders. You gotta exclude you cannot use Black women in your dusty analysis. The stats aren't on your side. Black women aren't out here harming other people. Statistically, white women, white men, no group of men are being disproportionately harmed by women, period. But Black women aren't harming anyone outside of the community or in the community. Black women literally are the protectors of the world, unfortunately. I hate that phrase, but everyone points to the fact that if you are in danger, if you are in need, if you want love, and this is why Black women are saying we're taking back our labor. This is what Black women said after the election. We're done helping people. You don't go to Black women and talk about crime happening, them causing nothing. You go to Black women to ask, how are you this amazing and great? That's what you do. As soon as you try to make something about white women are more likely to be harmed by a white man and a Black man and a white woman than they are to be harmed by a Black woman. What do you mean? Ew. I wish I was the one he asked that question so I can drag him. Looking like the Botox didn't fit right with him. He looked like the cheek fillers didn't fit right with him. Girl, you should put lip fillers on your lip and not in your face. Like not in your jaw. Sitting up there looking like a puffer fish. This man look every bit like a puffer fish. Ain't nobody got time for you. Black women out here minding their business. You talking, hey my God, what if they say Black women don't care? Choose the beer. Choose the beer. Choose the beer. Instead of tormenting Black people, go choose the beer. I say go choose the beer. Choose the beer. You look like a beer. Look at, girl. The vast majority of violent crime that Black women commit statistically is DV with a man they're dating. Black women barely harm strangers or people they don't. I know the stat around Black women. Before I even opened my mouth online, before I even thought to defend anything, I went through the stats. And ain't nobody gonna sit up here and say Black women harming anyone. Ain't nobody gonna do that. Absolutely not. You're trash. Trash. A big face, dusty under eye, looking like he can't sleep, don't want to sleep, incel looking, weak and nothing, a BF, a plaid shirt wearing, no sense having, low IQ having, dusty, weak and like, how are you the person who the system was created for and you're still failing in it? You are failing in a system that was created for you, talking about, oh, I'm not going to choose the Black woman won't choose you. You flat face, no self-esteem having, weak, useless, alpha not existing, beta disgusting bandit. just trash. Just absolute useless, disgusting, degenerate trash. Ew. Looking like you look, I see why he mad, girl. I am sorry to this man. Whichever Black man violated this man in his relationship, I'm gonna need you to come forward so he can leave Black people alone. Because ain't no reason for him to be up here looking as disgusting, degenerate, useless as he is. Looking again, like, look at the jaw. Look at his looking like he just sucked in about 50 pounds of chicken and didn't spit it out. Didn't swallow either. Jaw just looking a mess. Under eye looking a mess. Literally, I don't know how is your face that big and your hands that small? How are you this disproportionate girl? Like, what is happening? Looking like an improper fraction, head all big, body all small. What is happening? What is happening? You useless, disgusting, degenerate person. Just a weak and nothing a beautiful man. Just sitting. Yeah, I remember when this man was like, "Oh my God, I couldn't correct them because I have a soft voice. I have a soft voice. I don't know how to talk. Like I'm just so submissive. You better go submit to some man and leave these women alone. Go submit to a bear in a wood. Go to the woods. Go. I will drive you to that wood and kick you out of my car. Just trash. This no lip hat. Can we vote for him to go first for the 100 men versus the beer fight? Bet he'll pick the beer right then. Right. No, like just send this man off. Like I'm tired of these men. Remove these microphones immediately. I'll give mine up to. Member for 26 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. You want to know, it's not the insult that's pissing me off. The insult does piss me off. It does. It does. I'm going to be honest. It does piss me off. It is how dumb he is. Ignorance, stupidity, low IQ, people who the system was built for. This is why I don't go over this side of YouTube. This is why I don't go over this side of YouTube. Because one of the things I'm not going to care about is a group of men who have a ton of privilege still failing in a system that was a system that was made for you by people who look like you, failing in the system, crying about, oh my God, women they shouldn't want you. They should not want you. If you look like you look and failed, you are a useless person. You're worse than useless. For a system created for you to fail, you got a 400-year head start. You got a 400-year head start and still happen to be so useless, crying online about how women don't want you, how you're soft, sweet, and submissive. Well, go be soft, sweet, and submissive offline. We don't care nothing about it. I stay in my lane. I stay in my lane because the conversation I'm having is within the context of a racist white supremacist system. What I'm not about to do is watch this grown, disgusting, useless, trash man can't even open his eyes, lack of sleep because he's struggling online to get people to view, so he has to use women's body on his thumbnail to get dusty, disgusting, degenerate, nerdy, not only are these people like the worst, right? Not only are these men online that women don't even want to touch with not with a glove. These women don't even want to come. These women don't even want to breathe the same air these men breathe. Not only are they incels in the worst, most disgusting way ever, they are white men, straight white men, in a system created for them, and they're still failing, absolutely failing to attain anything, a modicum of respect or success in the system. You're going to tell me that you believe you have a higher IQ, that you believe with the DNA that you have, that you are better than anyone when you are failing in a system that was created for me. You're trash. You're trash. Hang it up. Hang it up, flat screen, stick a fork in it and call it done. You don't leave trash in your house to stink it up. You throw it outside and hope that the garbage truck, the garbage man come take that and move it away from you. Because this is ridiculous to me. This is actually ridiculous to me. The fact that we are sitting here, the fact that I am listening to this man whine and cry and moan that women don't want them and go choose the beer, and instead of engaging with the fact that you're useless, you wanted to turn it around and be this racist degenerate. You wanted to turn it around and blame black people and engage with black discourse for no reason. And you were wrong. You were dumb. You were stupid. You're an ignorant, useless, trash person. The fact that you're like, if he actually gave an argument, I would have engaged. I would have. And the reason I would have engaged is because I like when these idiots try to hide their racism. When it's this overt, all you should do is drag them. That's all you should do.
You're saying black women are immune to committing violent crime?
Not immune. They're much less likely.
Sure, I'll even grant it.
Yes.
But this person,
we would have to math it out.
Why is he laughing? He's doing that weird laugh you do when you're wrong and you're stuck. Are you saying black women are immune from? Shut up. Just shut up. The fact is, he's sitting there and he knows he's wrong. He knows he got caught. He knows that there is nothing he can do right now statistically in terms of his argument to win. As soon as you bring up black women and you try to tie them to any degeneracy, you have lost. You have lost. You lost. That's just that on that. That's just that on that.
We have to math it out.
Well, who cares if that? Well, I mean, wouldn't the math in the original example, when it's a woman preferring the bear over the man, I think the math even in that
because
situation,
you're only including killing. You're only including being killed.
I would include SA.
You think a bear is more likely to sex?
Oh no, that's no.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Women don't want to be SA. Let's remove killing. The bear is not going to SA the woman. The man is more likely to SA the woman. Now make your argument, sir. This was about SA. This was a question about SA. Now make your. Are women going to SA man? Are men afraid? Are men afraid of black women because they're going to be SA'd by black women? Is that what you're going to argue? No, that's not what I'm saying. You are dumb. You don't even understand this is why he's so annoying. He doesn't understand the context for which the question arises. The question about whether or not you would want to be alone in the woods with a bear or a man is about essay. It is about lack of control. It is about, yes, probably being unalive, but it's particularly about the rape culture that exists. It is to start a larger conversation, right? Good. If you get that context, it is very difficult for you to attempt to flip it and change the genders. It does not work. It is definitely impossible for you to try to flip it and make it about black women. If you had specified black men and harm, you would have a better argument. The problem with that argument still is that black men tend to unalive black men and black women more than they unalive people outside of the community. So even in that context, you would have to limit to say, what if black women, well, I guess you couldn't say black men. You would have to say black women not to choose the beer over black men, and it would still apply. Black women aren't killing black men at a disproportionately high rate. So it actually doesn't work. Men choosing the beer over women does not work. Men are the ones who are going to do the R word and the assault. So yes, they're going to choose the women over the beer. If they say they're going to choose the beer, they're lying. It does not work in the reverse. You dusty, degenerate, useless, stupid, ignorant, low IQ having, dusty man. You are trash. You are trash. And I hate that argument. And you're getting dragged, not because you're racist. We've seen this. There's nothing new. There's nothing novel about you being a dusty, degenerate racist. What is new and what is novel is how weak and failed you are as a man and your inability to articulate yourself and understand the question for which you're asking. You are dumb. That is my problem. It sucks when my problem isn't that you're racist. My only problem should be that you're racist. Now my problems are you are racist and dumb. You low IQ incel. His podcast hasn't had a viral clip in a while and went to the Dusty Playbook to bring up black women, struggle streamers as Umar would call them. Yeah, these Dusty YouTubians are just annoying. Ugh. Looking at him disgusts me because it's like, how are you failing in a system made for you? Like, for real, let's be for real. How are you failing in a system? Oh my God, we're incel, women don't want us, they choose to be over us. Yeah, you should feel doubly worse than any other human being on earth. You should feel worse than any person on earth for your failure. Your failure should hit very differently. Like Scissor said, like my good sis Scissor said, you just no.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But
that's not what I'm saying at all. But here,
but that's what women are.
Would it be racist to pick the bear over the black person?
Yeah.
Yes, because you don't have the context for the harm caused by men to women. You don't have the context for the harm caused for black people to other groups of people like you have it for men to women. You don't. Yeah, are you? Did he not even? He didn't even have the decency, the intellect to like back out of the question. Yeah. Nobody in their right mind would publicly say they would choose the beer over a black woman. He's a lunatic. Yeah. And if they're just racist. They're just racist if they say that. There is no argument, there's no nuance, there's nothing to be had about that. Black women aren't out here harming people.
Yes, I will. This is not a contradiction whatsoever.
Specifically, harming people.
If it is, wait a second. If it was, would you rather pick a bear or like a black man? Yeah, pick the bear. That's fine because it's the man that's doing the operative work.
Just one question on the bear thing then.
I've never seen this. I have never seen this. But what that man at the bottom was saying about black men is the only way you can make it work around race. And even then, unless you're black, it doesn't fully work because, again, crimes happen intra-racially, not intra, within one race. So it doesn't really work. But that's the only argument you can make if you want to do it against black people. And they done pissed me off. they done pissed me off. So I'm like over it now. I am stressed. I don't think it's their fault. I think I'm just hungry. Honestly, God, at this point, I just think I'm hungry. The moment you introduce black women into your dusty, degenerate foolishness because you wanted to have your viral moment, you wanted to make black people. I am mad for black women, but I'm pretty sure black women are still on their vacation watching Meghan Markle make whatever the foolishness she's making online. I'm sure they're still saying, oh, Meghan Markle, the biracial queen, she's black, and they're still watching and they're trying to figure out what they're going to do for brunch, and they're dipping it and doing it outside. I am sure black women aren't invested in whatever foolishness is happening on here, but I can drag you. I am a black man, and I don't care nothing about nothing that you got to say. I ain't resting. I ain't told you I'm going to rest. I will not rest. You trash, degenerate, useless person. Oh, I hate it. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate it so much. But the funny thing is, the reason that it's satisfying at the end is because at some point during the conversation, he realized he's an idiot, right? And he realized he did not have a full grasp of what he was trying to do. And even if he knew what he was trying to do, at some point he realized he couldn't do it. And so he bailed out and just said, would it be wrong to say you're going to choose the beer over the beer over a black person? They said, yes, it would be racist. And it's not a contradiction, it's not hypocrisy, because unless you're saying black men specifically, your argument does not make sense. And even if you say black men specifically, they're not attacking people outside of the community at a disproportionate rate. Come again. In the words of my good sis, Aaliyah, dusty, degenerate, disgusting, useless self off and try again. In the words of my good sis Aaliyah, dust yourself off and try again. dust yourself off. No, 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 no. I'm very annoyed. When she say that. All right. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat I have pickles. So I'm gonna go have some pickles. And I'll go in the Discord. But I told my doctor and my mom that I would stop shouting. And I started off, I think for the first hour, I wasn't shouting, but then I definitely started shouting because now I feel it and my throat hurts a little. So I am going to go and I am going to eat some pickles and I'm going to rest. I don't think I'm gonna go live on TikTok because I was gonna do a late night TikTok trolling live, but I'm not gonna do that because my throat hurts and I messed up. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. I appreciate you all so much for being with me. Y'all stayed with me for over 4 hours tonight, and I appreciate that. Yeah. Have a wonderful night. Bye. Oh, I probably should go to the gym. I can't go to the gym after I'm not eating. I'm going to the gym. I'm gonna do some squats. All right. Bye. Remember to call your mom for Mother's Day.